It's time for an action-packed week of speed, style, and stars. It's the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction. We have jaw-dropping vehicles from rock stars, sports stars, and Hollywood stars. Not to mention some of the most iconic and rare vehicles you will ever see cross the auction block. Pristine classics, precision-crafted customs, exquisite collections, muscle cars for miles, trucks, and supercars. Get ready for horsepower, history, and a whole lot of heart as we kick off another high-octane collector car auction at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. And it's all coming up next on FYI.
Arizona in October, a perfect time to visit the desert, and an even better time for Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction, to come back to Scottsdale. Well, this is the second time we have been in Scottsdale this year. Remember, we were here in January, sold more than 1,900 cars. This time, let's call it a little more intimate auction, a fall auction, 800 cars. But while there may be fewer cars, there are plenty of stars, both in the consigners and the cars. Sammy Hagar selling his 2015 LaFerrari. And over there, a Bugatti Chiron being sold by Canelo Alvarez. Big buck cars that will be crossing the block. Now, these will sell on Saturday. Of course, today's Thursday. It's kind of our beginning day for the auction. So everything today is crossing the block at slightly lower prices. Great cars, but affordable. And that's what's great about this entry-level day here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. And of course, as always, we have the two best automotive guides up on the block. Mike Joy and the host of Hoovie's Garage, Tyler Hoover.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Rick, and hi, everybody. Wow, this is going to be a fun sale, and it's very different from what we do here at Scottsdale in January. Barrett-Jackson started selling cars 1 hour ago, and crossing the block already, we've seen hot rod golf carts, high-top conversion vans, a presidential-style limo, a hearse, and we just saw a Corvair Corsa with a mid-engine V8. Wow, what variety. Later today, they have opened the garage door at the GM Heritage Collection, and out came a group of pace cars. Now, these are not the pace car editions that were sent to dealers. These are the actual pace cars for some of the races that maybe you attended in person or watched on TV. And they're going to cross the block at no reserve. Tyler, this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, an absolutely incredible selection that we're used to at Barrett-Jackson of classics and customs. But I think Sammy Hagar was a bit of an influencer with Ferrari owners. Him bringing the LaFerrari inspired a lot of other people to bring, I think, 18 Ferraris that I counted, including, you see, the very exotic ones, the SF90, the continuation of the hybrid supercar, and some classics there like the Daytona, along with plenty of entry-level Ferraris like the Testarossa, the 360. I saw even a Mondial out there. But crossing the block, a lot of fun entry-level stuff.
It's neat. Everything from a new Roma to a Ferrari Daytona I'm still drooling over. Well, let's get right to it, because right now crossing the block is a 1996 Chevrolet Tahoe, lot 46.1. It's hammered sold at $7,700, Rick.
That's the first vehicle we will see sell here today. And once again, it's a great variety, no shortage of SUVs. And as I mentioned, this is the entry-level day, the day when we have a lot of stuff that's a big variety that crosses the block and a little more fun. Up there right now, a 1989 Dodge Ram Charger.
Well, remember the Ram Charger name, which started with a famous factory-supported drag racing team in the 1960s. Later, it was applied to this big hulking SUV. Here we are in 1989 with a 318 cubic inch V8 made into a 4-speed transmission, and this one's got a 4-inch lift.
Yeah, I see it also has a roll bar inside, which is kind of important if you're going to lift it and take it off-road. Actually, they started with a really clean example. This might be original paint. If not, it's a beautiful respray. And these Ram Chargers, they weren't as popular as the K5 Blazers. They weren't as popular as the Broncos, so we don't see as many of them. I think they look great, especially with that Ram hood ornament.
I had one of these as a company vehicle for a very short time when I worked in Daytona at the Speedway. It was orange and white. It was big just like this, and it struggled, even with the 318, to get 10 miles per gallon. Dodge kind of fell behind the Chevy Blazer and the Ford Bronco, well, pretty quickly with these.
I know they were very popular in fleet sales for police departments, fire departments, and rentals and company cars because they were selling them so cheap, because they were sort of behind the competition. But nowadays, I mean, that is a pretty stout drivetrain, pretty reliable. This one's set up to do some light off-roading. Great buy, I think, at $16,000.
I would agree.
And that's the price it sells for, $16,000 for a 1989 Dodge Ram Charger. High fives all around, and we're going to check in with the fourth member of our team. Here is April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm in the salon area here at Barrett-Jackson. These cars are going across on Super Saturday. I'm surrounded by Ferraris, and I might get in trouble for saying this. Another one might smack me with its door. But right here, to my left, one of the most iconic, significant Ferraris, Ferrari Daytona, 1971. I love the long, sloping nose that just comes down. Beautiful body lines, and stuffed in there up front, it's got its original 4.4-liter V12 5-speed manual, which is actually mounted in the back to help with its weight distribution. Very elegant chrome wire wheels. Now, it's had one repaint, and it's an original fly yellow. This is absolutely a blue chip collector Ferrari. Bidders are going to be fighting for this on Super Saturday. And you know what? I might just need to get in there with a bidder's pass. Problem is, I don't have one, Rick. Can I borrow yours?
Absolutely. My credit limit may not handle it, but you absolutely can. Thanks a lot, April. That's a car, once again, that will sell on Saturday. And speaking of our week here on air, today we're on the air from 4 p.m. Eastern Time all the way up till 10 p.m. Tomorrow we start at 4 again, go all the way to 11 p.m. Eastern Time on FYI. And then Saturday, all day on the History Channel, starting at 4 p.m. going all the way to 11 p.m. live on the History Channel. So make sure you stick around, because we got a lot of great cars coming up, like this one, a 1972 El Camino. It's a custom 350 V8 Edelbrock carburetor, all on a 3-speed automatic transmission. Beautifully done. We'll see it soon.
I'll bet you've never seen one. That is an Allstate. It's like a Kaiser or a Henry J, and yes, it was sold through the Sears catalog, through a licensing agreement, only at Barrett-Jackson. And I'm with Craig Jackson and Steve Davis, and I know it must be great to be home for another auction this year. What are people who come here in January going to see that's familiar, and what are they going to see that's really different?
So for this auction, we've really dove into the lifestyle, a lot of supercars, a lot of great resto mods. The theme is there's a lot of things to do here in the midways out here, but the cars for the youth, we moved the Future Collector Car Show to October, so it is a different feel, but the docket you're going to see going across TV is Scottsdale compressed.
Saturday, the cars in the salon are just eye-watering, jaw-dropping. That's what I meant to say.
Absolutely. So the first 3 cars in the front, Camilo Alvarez's 2018 Bugatti Chiron. He owned it since brand new. He is the seller of it. He ordered it. Sammy Hagar, long awaited. That car has a brand new, both batteries have been replaced, fully serviced, ready to go. Sammy will be here selling it on Saturday live on History Channel. 4 GTs. Steve can tell you more about the docket. It is an unbelievable docket. It is Scottsdale just shortened a couple of days.
So about 55% the number of cars we have in January, Steve. But was this a more difficult docket to put together and get everything in the right spot?
It was different, Mike, again, because you're talking about Scottsdale, and people automatically, default position is always January. But having something in Scottsdale, I think we had enough energy coming out of Scottsdale 24, and so many people that wanted that Scottsdale experience and didn't make it. So they were happy to jump on the square in October, knowing that January is going to be the same line, the same deal. But no, the excitement, the anticipation, and the people really, really embraced coming to Scottsdale. A little hotter than normal, but still Scottsdale, full-blown signature dock. It's going to be incredible.
All right, well, thank you both. We're thrilled to be back in Scottsdale. You bet.
Stay
Stay tuned.
Rick?
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Up on the block right now. Don't call this a Model A. This is a Chevy. In this case, it's an AD Universal Roadster. It has just been sold. It rolls out. And once again, that's a perfect example of the great variety we have. Like this, a 1960 Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, this is the last year of the Square Bird. Of course, there's the Baby Bird from 55 to 57, and Ford felt like they could improve sales by adding a rear seat. So they had a dramatic redesign, and this was it. It's obviously called a Square Bird because, well, look how squared off it is. But you also see the beginning of the Jet Age design in here with the headlights going through the tail, looking like what Chuck Yeager and all the Rocket guys were flying back in the 60s. But yeah, big comfy back seat so you could haul the kids or 4 adults comfortably.
You know, these have never gotten as much love as the Baby Birds or the Flare Birds that come after them, the Bullet Birds. But I think these are great cars. They've got all this bling attached to them, and I'll tell you what, they sold very well. In 1957, they sold 21,000 Thunderbirds. By 1960, this model sold 90,000.
At the time, some considered these cars to be overstyled. A little just, too many bumps and lumps in the on the sides, maybe too many taillights, maybe too much stainless trim. But all of that 50s kitsch is now very cool.
Most certainly, and I'm thinking it's a way to get out of tolls with the way the license plate's sort of hidden and tucked in there. Nowadays, a little flap over there, you can hide it pretty well. But yeah, that's very unique trunk and rear design on these Square Birds. I can't think of anything else like it.
Yeah, the bottom line, Ford was simply going after baby boomers. Baby boomers were having kids. They wanted a place to put them. They needed a back seat. As cool as the Baby Bird was, those 2-seaters from the 55, 56, 57 world, these were far more practical.
$10,000 is the hammer price for that Thunderbird. We've already talked about the eclectic docket and the wide variety of cars that have already crossed the block here at Barrett-Jackson in the last hour and 15 minutes. Here's Rick DeBrule showing more of how there's something for everybody.
There's no shortage of great muscle cars and performance machinery at Barrett-Jackson, but this place is so much more. There's a lot of quirky and fun things. For example, how about a Batmobile? Now, this isn't the original Batmobile. Let's call it a clone. But think about this. When you're driving down the road, nobody knows the difference. They just think it's fun. You say you want quirky? How about a Fiat 600 Multipla? I know, you're thinking this looks like a minivan, but in reality, this was the first minivan. And if you want fun, Herbie the Love Bug. Once again, not the real thing, but it's made to look like one. This is a 1972. It's got the different bumpers so it looks like Herbie, and of course, it's number 53. Back in the quirky department, how about a 1991 Geo Dirt Tracker? Now, this particular car was actually a GM concept vehicle, what could have been in the quirky department. Looking for fun again? How about a real deal Bruce Myers-Manx Dune Buggy? This is one of the original made, and there's nothing more fun than running through the dunes in a beautiful dune buggy. There's no shortage of pickup trucks here at Barrett-Jackson, but if you want to get a little quirky, get yourself a Power Wagon. And how about some cartoon fun and the Tasmanian Devils? On the back of these GM pace cars, they're all over the place. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no shortage of Tasmanian Devils, showing that this place, Barrett-Jackson, is both quirky and fun.
Quirky and fun. Y'all remember why Herbie wore number 53, don't you? Well, I'll remind you when the car comes to the block, which is currently occupied by lot number 51. This is a 1991 Jeep Wrangler Renegade.
Yeah, this is very cool. The Wrangler got the Renegade treatment, as you can see here, a special body kit, the bumpers removed. It's sort of a street Jeep Wrangler, which who would have thought that'd become more popular? Most people don't drive their Jeeps off-road.
Well, just that fast, it's been sold. $9,700 for that 1991 Jeep Wrangler Renegade. A little earlier, we previewed a 72 El Camino Custom, and it is now up on the block.
Business in the front, party in the back. That was the idea behind the Ford Ranchero and its Chevrolet counterpart, the El Camino. This one has been treated to blackout trim, much larger wheels and tires than it was born with. Not a super sport. Bench seat, one that was built to haul.
And this one does have a lot going for it. It does have that look of the hot rod versions, the SS versions, and it's the last year of the desirable body style. 1970, the most desirable year as far as the nose. 72, you got the single headlights, but in 73, it was a dramatic redesign that got bigger, kind of bloated, not nearly as popular. This is the last of what many people consider to be the good-looking El Caminos.
The 71 and 72 had a very similar front end. There was only one appreciable difference. The 72 has two large bars, horizontal bars in the grille for 72. The 71 had only one.
So this one's wearing a nice repaint with the rally stripes. One thing I like, you can actually use this thing. They did put in a bed liner right here to where you could actually use this to haul something back from Home Depot or from the garden store, but still something fun. That's the whole point of the El Camino. They brought it back once as the SSR. Will they do it again? Probably not.
No, a lot of people have tried to convince GM and Ford to bring it back. These vehicles have friends in high places. The problem, sales of these would take away from the very profitable full-size pickups that Chevy and Ford both build and sell.
You can still find them down under in Australia, the Utes, but here in America, no. There's all kinds of great concepts you see on a regular basis, but I agree with you. There's very little chance that we'll see a real El Camino coming out of Chevrolet anytime soon.
Well, the closest thing you can buy to it right now is the Hyundai Santa Cruz.
Well, I'll tell you what, that one just hammered sold at $19,000, meaning at this point in our auction, that is the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson in our fall auction. Those folks, congratulations to them. I think it's a pretty nice looking El Camino they just came away for at a very reasonable price. We're going to take a quick break, but we will come back to Barrett-Jackson and Scottsdale, the fall auction. Back here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, the fall auction. We have more than 800 cars that are all going to be crossing the auction block over the course of the next 4 days. They'll be selling cars for 4 days. Our broadcast will go through Saturday. No shortage of great machinery. It's a classic Scottsdale auction. Up on the block now, a 1994 Camaro.
Well, this one is a V8. It is an automatic transmission car, and that may hold the number back just a bit, running on aftermarket wheels and tires. It's a T-top car, but it's had a lot of modification. Cook's long tube headers, a Be Cool aluminum radiator, an MSD ignition, a Holley throttle body, aluminum cylinder heads from the aftermarket, and a full aftermarket suspension. So while it looks stock, it's anything but.
Well, you see they added the extra bump on the hood, and that's because there's a supercharger as well. So when these came out, they had the LT one under the hood, not the best performance. So later they had the LS towards the end, but I think these early Camaros, this fourth generation, look a lot better than the later generations.
Yeah, that later generation, a lot of people refer to that as the catfish car because of the way the grill looks at that. Away it goes. We're going to head out to the McGuire staging lanes, and that is where we will find April Rose.
Hey, Rick, yeah, I'm in the staging lanes. This is where consigners can come and bidders and look at these beautiful cars up close right before they roll onto the block. Now, I'm looking at the 2000s, and in the 2000s, they felt like they could do whatever they wanted to. Hey, you know, let's take a Viper motor and shove it into a Dodge Ram. That's exactly what you get right behind me. 2005 Ram with that sweet 8.3-liter V10 straight out of the Viper. Now this, they added the body kit, lowered it just a bit, and added the wing on the back. But, you know, you might have to put something heavy back there because this will turn into a burnout machine, which, you know, that's also fun as well, Rick.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to go burning out with that? The problem is you got to get enough weight over the rear tires to make that happen. Up on the block now, a 1985 Mercedes-Benz. This one is a 300 SD.
Wow, you don't often see these across the block at Barrett-Jackson, and this one has just enough differences to be pretty special. It is a diesel S-Class, so it has a 3-liter, 5-cylinder engine backed by an automatic transmission. It's been in a collection for the last 3 years, purchased from a Mercedes expert who did a full service and compression test on all 5 cylinders right around 400 PSI. For a diesel sedan, this has very, very low miles, I think, Tyler, 36,000.
Absolutely, yeah. These are known as the million-mile motors, the 617 turbo diesel they used in taxi cabs all over the world. They're known for being invincible, and finding one with low mileage, darn near impossible. And this one looks to have its original anthracite paint, gray interior, showing that low mileage. Exceptional car.
Yeah, and you wonder, how is it in all these years it only went 36,000 miles? And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $18,500, which makes it the #2 sale of the day so far. 2014, a little more modern. How about a Maserati Ghibli?
Well, the original Ghibli, 1970 or 71, was the competition for the Ferrari Daytona, a very sleek V8-powered 2-seater. Maserati resurrected the name when they needed a car to slot below the Quattroporte in size. They reintroduced the Ghibli to little fanfare and even less sales.
Yeah, these were known as lease specials because the price was about $70,000. A little tough when you compare that to a Mercedes E-Class or a BMW 5 Series, which was much cheaper. So a lot of them get leased for 3 years, then they're turned in, and the depreciation on them is unbelievable. And you see the current bid, $6,500, gets you a 10-year-old Maserati that presents very well. So quite a bargain in the used market.
Well, the nice thing about this is the level of luxury is somewhat commensurate with what you find in the larger car, the Quattroporte. Lots of leather, contrasting stitching, lots of burled wood. Very luxurious car, if not a popular one.
Yeah, 60,000 miles showing on the odometer. They have a twin-turbo V6 that makes great sort of Italian noises. The styling, you probably couldn't tell the difference between a Quattroporte and this until you get close. So, yeah, current bid $7,400. Big baller on a budget right here.
And a real bargain right here.
Well, you know, the bottom line with these used luxury cars, everybody's afraid of the maintenance cost. You know, what's been done to it? What is the next big thing that's going to break, and what's it going to cost? But once again, when you get in for $8,000, who cares?
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of damage on the bumpers, a little bit of wear and tear commensurate of its age and miles. And you can see it does have a real leather dash, and that has started to ripple a little bit. But that same thing happens on multi-6-figure Ferraris, so you're getting sort of the Italian treatment. Overall, the still car presents very well. 60,000 miles. It should have quite a bit of life left. So, yeah, used Toyota Camry, well, even cheaper than a used Toyota Camry at this point. You could have a Maserati.
Yeah, the valet is still going to park you up front. Well, at $10,000, the current bid, it has just eased its way into our top 10 sales of the day, but only barely. No, they've just moved it back down to $9,000, so it's not even in our top 10.
Yeah, they had different trim levels. They had the S with higher horsepower, and they had a Q for the all-wheel drive. Recently, Maserati has quit getting Ferrari-derived motors, so we'll see what's next for Maserati.
$9,000, thumbs up from those folks. They look pretty happy to have come away with that 2014 Maserati, and there's all kinds of great stuff yet to cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction at Westworld for the fall edition. We were here in January. Now we're back in October. A little warm outside, a little unusually warm for October in Arizona, but pretty nice inside. Plenty of air conditioning and great cars like this 1970 Chevy C10 pickup.
Just a nice, honest pickup. A lot of patina to the stainless steel trim. A bed that has a very nice finish, but not too nice to load up with stuff at Menards or Lowe's. Two-tone, nice treatment. There it goes.
All right, $12,000. You know, a few years ago, we lost one of our long-term consigners and buyers here at Barrett-Jackson, Dave Ressler. Yeah, Dave Ressler was a long-time consigner buyer here at Barrett-Jackson. He passed away, and many of his cars are being sold this week here at Barrett-Jackson.
I am here in Bozeman, Montana. We're at Dave Ressler's compound, 26 acres. Dave built sort of automotive Disneyland here. He's got his own test track. These buildings were constructed just to house all of his collector cars. You watch Barrett-Jackson over the years, Dave was larger than life. Bought the first ZR1 for charity for $1 million. Bought a lot of great cars, very philanthropic, and unfortunately Dave passed away in 2017. Since then, the cars in his collection have all been sitting here. Candace and Natalie, his two daughters, are coming here today to uncover the cars. We're going to pick some to come into the October auction in Scottsdale and the January auction in Scottsdale. The Dave Ressler collection consists of 12 General Motors cars. Amongst them are 6 Bloomington Gold certified, unregistered sequential model years of the ZR1 Corvettes in like new condition. Starting with lot number 392.1, 1990 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 really made a splash when it came out because it was powered by the 375 horsepower, 5.7 liter dual overhead cam 32 valve V8 engine, and this has just 122 miles. Next is lot number 392.2, a 1991 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. Same engine, removable sunroof, and 134 miles. Next is lot number 393. This is a 1992 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. It also has the window sticker and 79 miles. This 1993 is the last off the line of 448 produced, and it is powered by the 405 horsepower, 5.7 liter dual overhead cam, 32 valve engine mated to a 6-speed manual transmission. This one has just 40 miles on it. Next is lot number 393.2. This is a 1994 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. This one has just 124 miles on it. Lot number 394 is a 1995 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 with just 73 miles on it. All of us that love Dave Ressler, come pick up one of his awesome cars or buy all the ZR1s and you have a complete set.
Dave Ressler was a Chevy dealer. He was a great car enthusiast. He was the most flamboyant car seller and consigner we've ever had here at Barrett-Jackson, and he is missed. Now, a Porsche 928 just rolled across the block and sold for $7,500, which is 10 cents for every mile on the odometer. Quite a bargain.
Yeah, a little less than the risky business one sold for a while ago. 1999 Harley Davidson. This one is up on the block right now. It's a custom Heritage Springer motorcycle.
Yeah, very patriotic theme. All-American on this one. A TP Engineering, 125 cubic inch engine, 4-speed transmission. And I love the straight pipes. It's a straight exhaust, no muffler, and they are called neighbor haters.
Well, I imagine so. This does have all the look of sort of a modern Easy Rider with those big saddlebags. But yeah, for me in motorcycles, I was exposed to them. A dirt bike, broke my arm on one at 14, and that was it for me. My dad was very much into motorcycles and dirt bikes, but after that was enough. But beautiful motorcycles.
Yeah, so much chrome here. You could spend the weekend polishing it rather than riding it. And the airbrush graphics on the tank and the fenders, just beautiful. It's very difficult to bring a custom motorcycle to auction because the owner builds it to his taste and his style and his desires, and that may or may not align with the people that are looking to bid on it.
Right, and this one looks like it's been a show bike at least for most, if not all of its life, because it does only have 3,000 miles on it, so very low mileage. It looks like everything's been polished, cleaned up, customized. You could take this 91 to a show and probably win some trophies right away.
Or you could just make it a cruiser bike. I tell you, this thing is going to ride absolutely beautiful. It's got enough weight to it. It's got great suspension all the way around. So this is the kind of bike that is a great cruiser bike. Now, for this kind of money, you're not paying for the custom job. You're just paying for a great motorcycle.
Note how the eagle motif here is reflected in the claws on the pegs here.
$7,700 for that 1999 Harley Davidson. And away it goes to that gentleman right there. A little while ago, April Rose previewed a 2005 Dodge Ram SRT 10 pickup, and now we see it up on the block.
Yeah, like Abel said, these are very cool because Dodge did initially offer in the new Ram in the 90s a V10 option, sort of derived from the Viper, sort of not. But by this period, there was the Ford Lightning, had the second generation with huge success with that supercharged 5.4 liter. And Dodge thought, well, why not we try something? And they went crazy with that V10 Viper engine under the hood, 500 horsepower. You get the regular cab with a stick shift, but the crew cabs, I believe, only came in automatic. Now, I looked at this one pretty closely. It has 130,000 miles on it, so it was used normally as a truck. It's a used truck that somebody drove daily, but now I would say low mileage ones are big collectibles, so that's probably why the price right now, well, not getting much over $10,000. We'll see what it ends at.
SRT standing for Street and Race Technology. I mean, big wheels. What are those, 20s, 22s? And they're factory. Those are not aftermarket wheels. So this thing was built to haul, and I don't mean anything in the bed.
That's correct. I think their tow capacity was something silly, like for a truck under 2,000 pounds, like next to nothing, because the suspension is sprung for sport to where it could actually take a turn. You try and haul a trailer with it, even though you have the power, the suspension was squat. It's not set up for it. This is a sport truck. This is for fun. It's not to be used really as a pickup truck very much.
Well, we know the pickup truck market is really strong here at Barrett-Jackson. Doesn't seem to matter what generation you want, it's all here, whether you want the 40s, the 50s, the modern stuff. And this actually is probably in kind of a sweet spot right now. It's just past being a used car before it becomes a collector truck. So this $19,000 price that currently is the tied for the number one bid of the day, it's pretty decent money for a 2005 SRT 10 pickup.
Less than 800 made in flame red. And I looked up the towing capacity, Tyler, and we're wrong. This will tow 7,500 pounds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mixed that up.
No, it's okay. 7,500 pounds of what, though?
That may have been on the regular cabs. I remember having one briefly that was a regular cab stick, and I don't think it could tow very much. Maybe it had to do with the transmission, so I was wrong on the crew cabs. I know they wanted a practical one like this, so the crew cab came after the regular cab.
Well, it took a while to get there, but now that 2005 Dodge Ram SRT 10 is the number one sale of the day at $25,000.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Out in the staging lanes, plenty of cars getting ready to cross the block. As I mentioned earlier, it's been exceptionally warm here in Arizona for the last couple weeks. It'll be down in the 80s a week from now, but today, well, hovering around 100. So the nice thing is to come indoors with the great air conditioning and the great cars. Like this 2007 Mustang GT, currently bid at $10,000.
Well, yes, this is a Mustang GT. That's how it started life. But I'm wondering if somebody couldn't get a hold of or didn't want to pay the premium for a Shelby GT 500 and sort of decided to make their own a bit. So the 4.6-liter V8 under the hood has been modified with a supercharger, sort of like the GT 500. You can see the stripes were added, manual transmission inside, well optioned with leather, but it's a Mustang GT that could probably chase a GT 500.
Now let's add that Barrett-Jackson on the car card often lists the results or any anomalies in the vehicle history report. This one does show damage in 2009, minor damage to the front and left front of the car. So perhaps, we're just guessing, the stripes and the modifications were done during the refurbishment of this car. But yeah, a lot of great equipment. Jack Roush wheels on this as well. 5-speed stick. Cool car.
Yeah, you probably have a hard time finding a supercharger setup and then installing it, get it all tuned for the current bid. And you get a whole very nice, clean Mustang with it. I see there's the damage history, but I can't see it in person anywhere that it's been hit. Looks very nice.
Well, it just sold for $10,700. Let's listen to Craig Jackson talking about somebody very special.
For many years, very well known. He wore his jackets that matched a lot of the cars. He bought a lot of these cars here. He was a very philanthropic gentleman that helped us with a lot of our endeavors here. Went to his house to see the cars. What a facility these cars were kept at. Had 23 acres with his own test drive area to take the cars out, drive them around, exercise them. This car was one that he bought here. As you see, we're selling all the Pace cars here. This car came out of General Motors. But I just wanted to say we're honored to sell Dave's cars here at the October auction. This is the first part. We'll be selling more of them throughout tomorrow and then into January. So some of them are also in the future events booth out there. This is just the start.
Lot number Craig Jackson talking about Dave Ressler, who is a longtime consigner and buyer here at Barrett-Jackson. He assembled quite a collection, and this is the first of the Dave Ressler collection that will cross the block.
So this was a Chevy show car, if you will. It's a Geo Tracker, but it was converted into what they call a dirt tracker. Look at these added on fiberglass fenders to cover the much wider wheels and tires, front and rear. Corbeau style rally seats inside, and a lot of other kind of bespoke touches.
Outside of General Motors, we were the first ones to actually be in a position to sell some of these cars. So you're buying really a piece of automotive history. It does not legally comply with any law, so you cannot drive it on the highways, but you can drive it privately on your property. But more importantly, it makes an incredible nucleus to any collection. Buy it with confidence directly from General Motors when we sold it the first time.
GM concept.
And that's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. When they have cars like this that are sold on a scrap title, you know, they make it very clear to the potential buyers what is up on the block. There are some restrictions associated with this, and they want to make sure everybody knows what they're getting.
So let's be clear here. This is not a scrap car. This is not a car that has been wrecked and reassembled, but they sell it titled this way because GM does not want to warranty or be responsible for any of the modifications that were made that did not go fully vetted through engineering, legal, and everything else. So we'll see several specials like this as the weekend goes on.
And it is heavily modified. Outside of the visual, what you can see, the lift, the wide body kit, it has a 3.4-liter V6 under the hood, which the Geo Tracker never had. Geo was sort of a brand of rebadging things. You had the Geo Prism, which was a Corolla. You had the Suzuki Swift was the Geo Metro, and then this was a Suzuki as well, the Samurai. So they got Japanese engines. The 3.4-liter you would have found, say, in a big Pontiac or a Buick, and they did that for the extra power. And you can see it does have, I believe, side pipes going out to add to that sporting look. Pretty cool.
whole lot more money. Don't miss your chance to start an automobile collection. Forget the cars. It's absolutely historic right there. Don't miss it.
Internet, you won the first time. You did not win the second time. Zindar's in the lead, $8,000.
Yeah, that's the point. What kind of collection do you have? What do you want to add to it? If you want to say you own a GM concept vehicle, we're not sure exactly what it was used for, whether it was a show car or just a fun car, but the concept that this was a concept vehicle from GM, not a SEMA aftermarket build, this is a good chance to get it for a fairly inexpensive price.
Yeah, you can see the alloys, they do sort of look like what you would have found in, say, a Sport Monte Carlo, but it looks like a one-off, sort of a two-piece wheel, and then the BFG halter rings round out those massively flared fenders, which on a tiny tracker, I'm not sure if it's showing on TV, but these are tiny little off-roaders, so the proportions are just hilarious and fun. I love this thing.
Now you notice we had an internet bidder involved. We also had somebody up in the skybox, multiple bidders going after this. Now somebody up on the block has jumped in, so let's see who's going to be the final winner in this car.
I think this is a great buy for somebody that has, you know, some acres, some property, and they want to jump around and have some fun. You may not be able to drive it on the street since it's not street legal, but, you know, pretty good little mountain goat for some trails and things. Also, if you want to trailer it to the off-road trails and do what this car was intended to do. Looks like it's been sitting for quite a while, though, but should recommission fairly easy.
It only has 1,365 miles on the odometer, so it hasn't gone very far this entire time. $11,000 is what it sells for this 1991 Geo Dirt Tracker. Don't forget, if you want to find the full list of cars that will be crossing the block over the course of the next few days, just go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see what we call the docket, the list of cars that are crossing the block. Like this 1977 Cadillac Fleetwood limousine.
This is the second limo to cross the block today. The first one was a presidential style limo with a raised roof. And Cadillac, you know, once the standard of the world, and here, just very luxurious. Cloth upholstery in this one, and this has, with the lengthened body, the jump seats between the front and rear seat that could be folded down, and this could seat 7.
And this is another car from the Ressler collection, and you're going to see the quality of these vehicles here in a little bit. This one's showing only 3,000 miles on the odometer, so it is almost brand new. I was so impressed with this thing because you see a lot of disintegration in the front, sort of like the Corvettes where the plastic in the nose and the rear around the taillights will fall apart. These are original, very nice, I believe, and then you can see big, deep interior limousine.
I like the white with blue. You don't often see blue interiors in a limo. But built on the Fleetwood, which was the top of the line Cadillac, and probably spent much of its life riding around Bozeman, Montana.
And unlike that last car, which was a concept car, this is a legitimate production car, has a legitimate title, as a lot of the Ressler cars will have over time. So this is a legitimate car you could drive and enjoy. And of course, the Fleetwood name comes from a coach builder that was, back in the 20s, was building bodies for chassis that would come from General Motors, Cadillac bodies, that type of thing. So Fleetwood eventually was absorbed by General Motors, and the Fleetwood name, well, it became a name for a model of Cadillac.
And the Fleetwood was always the biggest of the Cadillacs until 1996 when they retired that mark. Of course, Cadillac shrunk, went front-wheel drive. So we're a few decades away from the last of the dinosaurs, but these big boats, they have such a presence. I'd say you pull up to a club in a 1977 limo, you'd probably get a lot more looks than the modern ones based on SUVs and crossovers.
Yeah, I think if you had a wedding business, I think you could clean up with one of these things. It's got a lot of vintage appeal to it. It looks beautiful.
Well, at $18,500, this is cheap by the pound.
And by the foot as well. The way it goes, $19,000 for a 1977 Fleetwood Cadillac with just 8,000 miles on the odometer coming out of the Dave Ressler collection. Check that out. We'll see that coming up this weekend. Well, it's a little unseasonably warm here in Arizona this week. Temperatures hovering around the 100-degree mark. But that doesn't mean it is not absolutely beautiful. Just about every place you go. Plenty of great places to hike, places to see, and of course, this year, a fall auction here at Westworld, where you can come check out the Barrett-Jackson cars and see what you want to take home for your collection. Up on the block right now, we got a 1984 Corvette that is still part of the Wrestler collection.
All right, so what's so special about a 1984 Corvette? Here's a 1984. The next one coming on the block is a 1982. What's missing? 1983. There was no 1983 model year for a Corvette as they struggled to get the C4 into production. So, Chevy dealer Dave Ressler thought, well, maybe one of these first of the next generations would be collectible. And here it is.
Yeah, it only has 18,000 miles on the odometer. Those folks just bought it for $11,000. Right behind it, a 1982 Corvette.
Well, something that 82 and the 84 have in common is the power plant. You see that crossfire fuel injection there on the front fender. It was a short-lived program or engineering to use to try and get more power, but then meet modern emissions and standards, modern emission standards. But it was abandoned very quickly. It was a little complicated because the crossfire, one fuel side would feed the other side of the cylinders as sort of a crisscross, but proved to be pretty complicated and hard to tune. Tuners hated it, so they abandoned it after the 1984 model year. But once again, these Wrestler collection cars are just astounding. It might have been one of the finest collections of Corvettes, especially C3s and C4s in the world.
And this one is pretty special. Note the strobe stripes and all of the pinstriping and this special color scheme. This is unique to the final C3 Corvette, which Chevrolet termed the Collector's Edition. It was the build-out for the third generation, and Chevrolet threw everything they had at this one, including the metallic leather upholstery, that decaling of the fadeaway stripes down the side, lots of pinstriping and more, hoping you would pay up for the final C3 Corvette, and this is it.
It's even got the factory ski racks on the back. And the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes for $19,500. One more of the Wrestler collection cars about to cross the block. This one a little bit earlier. It's a 1978 Corvette. This one's special because it's a 25th anniversary edition.
Well, so of course it's silver, or various shades of silver, given the paint, the striping, and the interior. Chevrolet, Porsche, Ferrari, they all love doing anniversary editions. So here we are at year 25 on this C3 Corvette.
And this one is also an L82, so it is the higher horsepower V8. Still not a lot by 1978. The horsepower was brought pretty much by the emission standards, insurance standards and such. 200 and something horsepower, I think around 240. This one, though, is a manual transmission, so that makes it a little more fun. Another just spectacular condition, low mileage example.
And here in 78, the hard top body style had given way to this big surround rear window. It did not open, at least, and wouldn't until a few more model years down the road.
Well, right now, this has become the ¡1 seller of the day by a long shot. We had a 2005 Dodge Ram, an SRT10 pickup. It sold for $25,000. The current bid on this 78 25th anniversary edition is up to $35,000. Now, one of the important things is this car only has about 1,500 miles on the odometer.
Yeah, so basically brand new. Maybe a trade-in would come in and it was a low mileage one, it would get put away in the Wrestler collection, or maybe a new one that they drove for a little bit and then parked. You just never see them like this, especially with these C3 Corvettes where this was very fragile. This fiberglass sort of meshed with rubber here, sort of the impact bumper. That would all crack and you'd have to repaint it. This one looks original, just astounding.
And given the low miles, this is a genuine museum piece. This thing needs to go into a collection, needs to be polished, put up on blocks, and enjoyed just the way it is.
A little bit earlier, you saw we've got an internet bidder involved. We've got folks down on the floor bidding on it as well. No shortage of buyers. Moving slowly forward. We're up to 36,500.
Well, we have a 25th here. We had a 50th in 2003. Just recently had 70th with the C8 Corvette, the big special edition recently.
Well, congratulations to those folks there. They were in it for quite a while, and $36,500 is the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson so far on Thursday. Coming up, a 1964 Fiat 600D Multipla. That's right. Let's call this the original mini minivan. Seats about 6 people. It'll be up on the block very soon. Plenty of cars going to be crossing the block this week, more than 800 in total. Now remember, in January, we have about 1,900 cars. So this is a little bit smaller, more intimate, but I'll tell you what, the quality of the cars, you see them there in the Salon collection, off the charts. Beautiful cars will be crossing the block over the course of the next few days. And up there right now is a 1990 Camaro IROC Z, but very custom.
Yeah, this one has had a lot of aftermarket changes. It started out as an IROC Z, a T-top coupe, but it's been given a Summit Racing 350 cubic inch crate motor, Holley carb, Edelbrock manifold, Hooker headers, lots of Pete Jackson gear drive, lots and lots of aftermarket parts under this one.
Yeah, it's come a long way from its origins, from being the IROC, the International Race of Champions, named after with the 5.7-liter tune port injection. Yeah, this thing can probably do 10s. It has a roll bar to where it qualifies, because if you don't go too fast down the drag strip, you do need to put a roll bar in your vehicle. You can see the tack mounted on the dash, so you know when to shift. But also, I guess they wanted to hear their tunes over that loud exhaust, because I see a giant subwoofer in the back as well. It's been completely repainted to a color combination I don't think you could get in an IROC, but it certainly looks good.
No, and the rear, what was the rear seat is now filled, as you said, with speakers and amplifiers. So I guess a dual-purpose machine, fast and loud.
Well, I think it's kind of important to remove the rear seats when you put in a roll bar, because, you know, you have a kid in the back, they can hit their head on that. Even if you're whipping around, it can give you a concussion. So why not crank up the radio?
You almost sound like you've got experience doing that.
No comment.
Away it goes for $13,000 for that 1990 Camaro IROC Z Custom. Well, if you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe snag a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You will try to predict the winning bid of a select auction vehicles that will cross the block this Saturday, October 12th. Now, the overall winner at the end of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions, and once again, this is the last one, remember, will win the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. And if you're really on top of your game this week and could predict the exact final bid of all 12 fantasy bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. It's the perfect 12 jackpot. So make sure that you're registered to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 to play. Just visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Strong money right now for a 1983 Cadillac Eldorado Baritz.
Well, this was the top of the line for Cadillac with the Baritz styling, including the half vinyl top and the polished stainless steel roof. This one with under 20,000 actual miles.
Yeah, with the Baritz, you also got the tufted pillow top leather interior, just unbelievably comfortable. In the 80s, the Eldorado shrunk a lot, several feet. The engine got a lot smaller. At its height in 1976, you had 500 cubic inches. By 1983, you had only a 4.1-liter V8. But the class certainly didn't leave yet. They were appealing more to the market with fuel restrictions, a gas crisis. They wanted a more economical Cadillac, but they didn't want to give up any of the comforts. And this Eldorado Baritz, well, still has all of that class.
Yeah, my favorite feature of this is the, I said polished. It's not a polished stainless steel roof. I guess it's been hit with some sort of a Brillo pad. I'm not sure if it's been cleared over, but what a great look.
Well, apparently it also just sold as the #1 sale of the day, $40,000. I think that's maybe a record price for an '83 Cadillac Eldorado. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm out here melting in the Arizona sun in the pre-staging lanes with this really sweet 1987 Grand Wagoneer. Now, Grands, they came out in 1984, and it gave you the finest wood paneling from the greatest plastic trees you've ever seen in your life, but it's just the coolest, most iconic look on these. Now inside, you got leather, which was standard, that thick shag carpeting. There's actually a glove box in the center there, so you don't have to reach all the way over to grab it. Shift on the floor, fly, four-wheel drive. And you know, this one's mostly original. It does have modern ignition. The brakes were refreshed because, you know, stopping this beast, it's kind of important, Rick.
I love those things. I mean, yeah, it's fake wood on the side. We'll call it a tin woody, but boy, I love the look of those things. It'll be up on the block here very soon. Thank you, April. We appreciate it. Up there now is a 2021 Harley-Davidson Road Glide.
114 cubic inches. Snake venom green is the color, and there are ghost stars and stripes #1s on this one. This thing's beautiful and it looks brand new.
Yeah, they have their own name for the color, but I think they might have borrowed it from like a Mistachrome Cobra or something like that. That's what it reminds me of. A bunch of different shades, the turquoise, the purple, a bunch of different colors coming out. Sure wouldn't want to repaint one if you lay it down, but it does look beautiful in person.
Nice Reinhardt exhaust on this one, and it's said to have Sirius XM satellite radio on it for your cruising. And I'll tell you, I sympathize with April because yesterday here in Phoenix, it was noon, 90 degrees, and things here just keep cooking. At 4:30 p.m. yesterday, the mercury nudged 105. So it's hot here, and it just keeps getting hotter.
And as we always tell people, oh yeah, it's just a dry heat. And then I always say, so's an oven. A little unusual to be that hot, but still not bad. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to learn about all the cars that are crossing the block this week here at the Barrett-Jackson Fall Auction. And this is very unusual. We've got a number of them, though, this week here at Barrett-Jackson. The 2021 Polaris RZR XP4 1000 Sport.
Well, this one has a 4-stroke engine, so somewhat modern power plant, but you can see 4 seats, but you have a lot of fun with the Baja Buggy, that long travel suspension, the crash bar on the front. These have become very popular in the last 10 years. People using them as golf cart sort of replacements, but then they can go off-road and have a lot of fun. Full-time all-wheel drive. You can all buckle up and be safe versus like a ATV. I love these.
Twin cam, dual cylinder engine, a CVT, continuously variable transmission, 29-inch bighorn tires, off-road jack, and for comfort and convenience, USB outlets, cup holders, a glove box, and a trunk. Gosh, remember when these side-by-sides were just little utilitarian vehicles with about 250 cc's? Oh my gosh. I guess too much is just never enough.
I mean, you think about it, this is the ultimate evolution of a dune buggy. And we've got a Myers-Manx dune buggy crossing the block before too long, but $17,000 for the next generation of what those dune buggies started decades ago.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Arizona's got so many spectacular sights. I mean, that's one of the most spectacular right there, part of the Colorado River. Actually floated along there last year. Great chance to go and see some of the spectacular nature here in Arizona. And of course, right about now, it's time to go to the cars that are the stars here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, like this 1961 Buick LeSabre convertible.
This beautiful white over red beauty came out of the collection of Dick Sweeney of San Diego, who owned it for 24 years, showed it, won a lot of awards. The California Historic Plate and the Buick Manual is included. There's a compass stuck to the dash, but note right in the center of the dash, that is the Twilight Sentinel, GM called it. and that automatically turned your high beam headlights on and off based on the lights oncoming, and very early iteration of that.
Yeah, rarely do I see any Buicks like this at all, let alone one that's been restored to this level. You see in the early 60s, of course, the fins get chopped off. The jet age is very much in place. Man, just beautiful inside and out.
Yeah, once owned by a major Buick collector, and it just sold for $27,000. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. All right, Craig Jackson's found a couple of Mercedes-Benz that are going to cross the block this weekend that he thinks are very special.
We have a pair here of 2015 Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT Final Edition. We have the Roadster and the Gullwing Coupe, but they are not selling as a pair. Now, you could choose to buy both of them. They are a great pair. They are both powered by the hand-built 6.3-liter V8 engine paired to the 7-speed automated manual transaxle with limited slip rear differential. The Roadster has just 3,100 actual miles, and the Gullwing has a little over 5,100 miles on it. Buy one, buy both. They are really a beautiful pair.
Top up, top down, either way, those are great looking cars. A 2003 Mustang Mach-1 up on the block.
Well, this was Ford's attempt to revive a popular name from 1970 into the early 70s when the Mach-1 was an upgrade on the Mustang in terms of power and performance. Unfortunately, Tyler, I think the market kind of yawned when this one came out because this car just never achieved the street cred that the original did.
I don't know. I was a kid when these were in showrooms or high school age. I thought it was so cool. And the Mach-1 did have the indignity of enduring with the Mustang 2 into 1978. So when they did revive it in 2003, I thought it was a pretty good effort given the platform that they had. Over 300 horsepower. They brought the shaker hood back. And the look, I thought it looked fantastic for the platform that they had.
Pretty cool. Even had the kind of the reflective stripes down the side that the original Mach-1 enjoyed. And this one in grabber yellow, pretty bright.
Yeah, only 1 year for this color. Has a manual transmission as well. Very desirable.
Well, desirable to the point of $20,000 for a 2003 Mustang Mach-1. All right, you want something completely different? We were talking earlier about fun and quirky. How about this thing? A 1964, it's a Fiat 600D Multipla.
So ugly, it's cool. This is Fiat's, well, you'd call it a station wagon here in the States because this has 3-row seating. Bench seat in the front, dual bucket type seats in the second and third row, and the engine hanging out back. My gosh.
So this is in the old Fiat 500 or 600 family. It's just stretched to enormous lengths. Yeah, you can see inside you do have the front seat as a bench. You have second row sort of buckets that fold away, and then you have a rear seat in the back. And then behind the very back seats, you would have the engine, a little air-cooled 4-cylinder in the back. Big roof rack. You could haul two.
This is a true Rolls Canardly. Rolls down the hill and Canardly get up the next one. 767 cc's, 4 cylinders. It's not listed, but I'm guessing somewhere under or about 40 whopping horsepower.
And as we see here at Barrett-Jackson, cute sells. I mean, we're currently at $21,000, easily into our top 10. And this is a nicely done Fiat. There you open the hood, or what do we call it? Do we call that a hood? Let's call it an engine cover.
Engine cover, I like that. But yeah, there it all is.
And it's not air-cooled, it's water-cooled. You can see a little bitty radiator to match that little 4-cylinder. So not like a Volkswagen Beetle, you do have a water-cooled engine.
Well, it just sold to that gentleman right there, $21,500. I guarantee you he is going to be the only guy in his neighborhood with a Fiat Multipla. say you've always dreamed of owning a Ferrari Daytona? Well, guess what? If you're at Barrett-Jackson this week, this is your chance. And if you want more than just the Ferrari Daytona, Ford GT, maybe a Cobra Daytona. Okay, it's a replica, but still, you'd love to have it in your garage. Well, that's just the Salon collection. And up on the block right now, this is one of my favorites, a 1955 Ford Fairlane Club sedan. I love how simple and basic this is.
Well, it started out simple and basic, Rick, but the Club sedan model added a whole lot of stainless steel trim, including down the side, starting from the top of the fender and running all the way down the side, similar to the Buick Sweep Spear. It was an attempt to add a bit of luxury to what otherwise was a fairly basic two-door sedan.
Yeah, by 1955, you had the Y-block V8 under the hood. A few years before, the long-lived flathead had been retired. So you got decent power, and you got all the classic sort of luxury looks of the 50s in a Ford Fairlane that was a very affordable car.
Now this one has metallic base coat, clear coat paint, which it obviously was not born with. That didn't exist back then. But look at how roomy this is for a two-door sedan. Front and back seat. I'm seeing about a foot of leg room in the back seat, and yet the driver has plenty of room here. This is going to be a cool cruiser for somebody.
Very cool instruments in there as well, along with the radio that's circular to match the clock and the climate controls. Yeah, the paint is definitely modern, slight custom touch. I do think it has probably been lowered a little bit too. The stance of it's just slightly, maybe an inch or two to give it a cool look. There's some mild custom. It does look fantastic.
Now note the lettering on the trunk lid, because when you paid extra for an automatic transmission in the early and mid-50s, at Ford, they wanted everybody to know that you had a Ford-O-Matic transmission and not just a regular 3-on-the-tree manual box.
Well, it's interesting to look at the history from a collector perspective. The 1955 Chevy was just such a spectacular car. Everybody's had to have it for so many decades. But the 55 Ford, while it sold well in 1955, just hasn't had the legs in the collector car world. $13,000. I think it's a great price for that 1955 Ford Fairlane Club sedan with some nice custom touches. All right, we see a lot of great collections crossing the block, and this Barrett-Jackson fall auction has another set.
I'm here at the Lehman Family Collection. They have consigned 24 great cars that'll be coming to Scottsdale. I look around the collection here, it's very diverse, and you seem to have a taste for a lot of Chevrolets and General Motors products, but trucks and cars and supercars, it's a little bit of everything.
I graduated high school in 1966, so the Chevys were the cars that everybody wanted in school. 57 Chevy was an incredible car. Driving around high school on that thing would have been a joy.
Now this is stock, fully restored, power pack in it. Beautiful car, great restoration on it. A 67 Corvette, been resto modded. LS3 you said in it?
LS3 in it. I got that one by accident. I bought it for my brother, and when I got it home, he didn't want it, so I took it.
And then the Nova next to it. So this has been resto modded.
It is. The horsepower on this is somewhere like 750.
That ought to get with it.
I think, yeah.
The 1968 Corvette is a big block, a 390 horse, 4-speed car. Another resto mod, 1969 Camaro resto mod.
840 horsepower.
Wow. This is your brother's car, the Z28?
It is. It was built here in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and it runs like a Corvette down the road. It's just nice.
That's the beauty of a resto mod. And a 67 Chevelle next to it. Also in a convertible, but that one's resto modded a little. McLaren, it's the only McLaren in here. What drew you to this?
Tequila. I put this effervescent yellow-green look to it. It looks pretty sweet.
So now we're into the truck section. Well, this is a very unique truck. Tilt bed, so
You haul a lot of stuff in the back of this?
No.
It's all chrome. I mean, look at the attention to detail. The differentials chrome, the gas tanks. It is truly an amazing amount of hours they put into building this. Cars are an emotional thing. You buy them, you sell them, you drive them, you use them, you have memories with them while you own them, especially as your kids grow up and you remember the different times with them. But then we're all caretakers. It's time for somebody else to enjoy them. 24 cars from the Lehman Family Collection, all coming to you at no reserve. Check them out.
Yeah, it's fun to see family collections that go across the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Up there right now, another UTV, a 2017 Can-Am Maverick.
Wow, look at everything that has been done to this one. It is anything but stock, 2,800 miles, title branded as an off-road vehicle. But Rick's done the research on places you can register these.
Yeah, there are 21 different states in the country where you can register UTVs as street legal. Now, it depends upon the UTV itself. There's some circumstances, but 21 states where you can actually drive. And Arizona is one of them where you're allowed to drive these on the street. And I see them in my neighborhood actually fairly regularly. Just that fast, $18,000 buys a very custom 2017 Can-Am Maverick X3. All right, from UTV to SUV, a 1988 Chevy K5 Blazer.
Well, the K5 Blazer came out in the early 70s. It was a full convertible, full-size truck, and it really stole a lot of sales from the Bronco, which at the time was a much smaller vehicle. So Ford followed suit and did a full-size Bronco a few years later. But this one, being a late 80s, it is at the end of the line, sort of the K5 Blazer as we know it. Partial hardtop, the rear is still removable. Still, you can have a lot of fun with these.
And this one's very experienced. The vehicle history report notes that the 5-digit odometer has rolled over, but this car has been partially restored. The interior looks to have been renewed, and the paint is pretty fresh. Big Class 3 tow hitch on this one. Looks like it's been given a lift of a couple of inches, but it's ready to go.
Yeah, by the late 80s, you also gain a lot of reliability. That fuel-injected 5.7-liter V8 is really stout and reliable. It can handle 200,000-300,000 miles, no problem. So I wouldn't be scared of the mileage on this one. You do want to be scared of rust because, of course, in northern states, there wasn't very good rust protection on these in the 80s. This body, though, it does look fairly straight and nice. Does have a nice newer two-tone repaint as well.
Well, the consignor points out they have a lot of the receipts for both the maintenance and the repairs done on this over the past 4 years, which is a great thing to bring to auction with the car if you've got that.
Now the roof on these, I don't remember them coming in body color. The fiberglass roof in white or black, but I don't recall the factory painting them to match as this one is.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Certainly the case on the earlier ones, and they had a much more of a rougher sort of matte finish. I think the later ones, they were smoothed out a little bit, but yeah, this one has been painted body color. Nice that you could take the key and roll down the window to get inside. Cool rig.
$16,500 to that gentleman right there for a 1988 Chevy K5 Blazer with nice little custom touches. Away it goes, and we will come back to Scottsdale in just a moment. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on deck cam. In this case, it's a 1971 Lincoln Continental Mark III. An awful lot of sheet metal that has to be cleaned before it gets up onto the block. Beautiful car, and we will see it in just a moment. Meanwhile, something much, much smaller. How about a 1960 VW Beetle Custom?
I am not a fan of Beetles, but I like this one. Look at how the front bumper has been relieved for that fog light. Look how the fenders have been pulled. Porsche-style headlights, aftermarket wheels with custom aluminum covers, satin black on the outside, wine red on the inside. This is really cool.
Like Herbie went goth.
Herbie went goth. I love it. $25,000. That's the sales price for that 1960 Volkswagen Beetle Custom. All right, the car we just previewed a moment ago, a 1971 Lincoln Continental Mark III up on the block right now.
So who had the longest hood? The Lincoln Mark or the Cadillac Eldorado? I don't know, but they were within an inch of each other in that race. Hideaway headlamps, Lincoln-esque grille, beautiful, beautiful gold-toned brown metallic on this 71. This is just a gorgeous, high-class Executive Express.
And in 1971, you could still get the big 460 cubic inch V8. You could also see a really big AC compressor right there, so the passengers were comfortable. But the Lincoln Mark series, this is the third generation. They had the eighth generation, the Mark 8, that was retired in the mid-2000s. We haven't had a Mark series since, the big, comfortable two-door Lincoln. And boy, I miss them.
Just look at how long and low looking this is. This is a very large automobile. It's a parade float. Beautiful dark brown, not black vinyl top. The vestigial Continental kit on the trunk lid. This is just gorgeous.
So what's interesting about this car is it has a 117-inch wheelbase. That's pretty large. The overall length is 216 inches. There is a massive amount of overhang. The amount of sheet metal hanging behind the rear wheels and in front of the front wheels is massive. Look at all that sheet metal hanging off there.
Well, that's the whole idea. Cadillac with the Eldorado and Lincoln with the Mark. I believe the Eldo's hood was longer. Here on the Lincoln, it doesn't go quite to the front header panel, whereas the Eldorado's hood came over and kind of waterfalled into the grille.
Right about now, someone's going out and trying to do the measurements, going, I'm going to check that out. $21,000 for a 1971 Lincoln Continental Mark III. Thumbs up, and away it goes. Pulling up behind it, this is one of my all-time favorite cars, and I'm intrigued that we do not see very many of these cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. A 66 Oldsmobile Toronado.
So this car came out when I was in high school, and it was a game changer for General Motors. Not the hideaway headlamps, not the full-width grille, but what sat right here was the engine and transmission, because this car was front-wheel drive. And it came out a year before the Cadillac Eldorado. The Buick Riviera was rear-wheel drive. But the really cool part about the Toronado that they advertised before front drive is going to be seen right here. Look at the floor. There is no transmission hump. It is a flat floor all the way across because there's no drive shaft, no transmission behind the engine. And that was really new and unique.
Yeah, absolutely a home run for Oldsmobile, this car was. The styling, fantastic. You saw the roomy interior, and that front-wheel drive gave you all-weather traction. Previously, you're struggling in some rear-wheel drive vehicle. You had to have snow chains. You struggled through it. Get the Toronado, no problem in the snow.
Something else that was unique, from the belt line all the way to the roof, there's no hip, no hump here. This type of styling was unique for General Motors and would next be seen on the 1970 Camaro.
Well, $20,000. We all loved it for that 1966 Oldsmobile Toronado. I think somebody got a good deal on that. A 2002 Ford F-150, but this one is an SVT Lightning.
Yes, this is the second generation of Ford Lightning. In the F-150 class, they got more aerodynamic and smoother, and this is where I feel like they got the Lightning right. Before that, it was sort of more of a styling package, a little bit bumping horsepower, but this one, 5.4-liter supercharged engine under the hood, makes an incredible noise, side pipe exhaust, lowered with the body kit, just has a fantastic look. I have one of these at home, actually, myself, with over 100,000 miles, drive it all the time. Just a really fun rig.
Huge wheels and tires. This is built for handling. And here the party trick here that was shared with other lesser Ford pickups is that the bed is a sheet molded compound. It's plastic. It is not a steel bed. And they did a lot of testing. They made sure it was very durable, and it was a lot of weight saved right there.
One of the things I like about this truck is the consignor points out it's got almost 50,000 miles on it, which means it's been driven over a period of time. It doesn't have an excess amount of miles, so it's been properly driven, it's been used, it hasn't been drying out someplace. So I think for $35,000, well, we get thumbs up from the buyers right there. Congratulations to them for that 2002 Ford F-150. Well, we talk about fun, we talk about quirky. I'm not sure what the official name of this is. We'll just call it a rat rod. In this case, its base was a 1957 International Harvester.
I would say this is Tow Mater's challenged cousin. But somebody had a lot of fun building this. Yes, the International Harvester grill. And note the logo here. This is a driver sitting on a tractor with the big, tall tractor wheels. That was the Harvester logo. And the frame, wow, this is like 3x5 rectangular steel tubing, airbags, solid front axle, turbocharger. Everywhere you look, there's just more.
Yeah, it's just hilarious that they have that turbocharger sticking out of the hood, but it does have a modern 5.9 Cummins under the hood with a 6-speed manual, so not something as archaic as the outside. They can tune these things to incredible horsepower, but they have the exhaust coming out of the smokestack right behind the cab, but look in the cab. Holy smokes, all the custom painting in here, the gauges, the shifter with those nuts, sort of a pistol grip. It's hilarious.
All right, tetanus shot not included. This is too cool for school. And look at the bed of this truck. I'll bet the boards in that bed are older than the truck itself.
You know who has a truck like this? Former Indy 500 winner Tom Sneva. He's got a rat rod tow truck that looks very similar to this.
It's interesting, you have the big smokestack on one side, and it looks like you have the side fuel tank on the other. That little bed is so cool.
Well, that, I love every inch of it. $17,500. All right, let's check in with the Vice President of Consignment here at Barrett-Jackson. His name is Mike McCullough. He's going to preview a car we'll see on Super Saturday.
We have a 1949 Power Wagon custom pickup. It's lot 719. It's frame-off restoration completed in early May of 2024. Power comes from a 5.9-liter Cummins 12-valve turbo diesel engine paired with a 4-speed automatic overdrive transmission and 4-wheel drive. This brand new Tisdale Coachworks steel frame features keen coilovers with a 4-link suspension. The wood bed was finished in an ash gray stain and sealed, then completed with stainless steel strips. The interior features custom distressed leather seat with a diamond pattern, carpeted flooring, leather door panels, and leather-wrapped steering wheel and dash. This pickup earned the Dodge Truck Pick from LMC Truck at the 2024 Good Guys Nationals in Nashville. And the best part about it, it's selling with no reserve. Get a chance to take this one home.
Very impressive pickup we'll see on Saturday. Up the block now, a 64 Buick Skylark custom convertible.
Well, this was a real game changer for Buick and for General Motors. In 1961-3, they had senior compacts that were unloved, did not sell well, bigger than the Corvair, not very exciting. In '64, this came out. It was a huge game changer. Skylark convertible, nice Wildcat wheels, nicely restored, 310 V8.
And $20,000 is going to take it to a new owner. I think that's a great deal because that's a lot of fun car to drive around in with that convertible top. Up on the block now, a 2007 Shelby GT500.
Well, in 2007, Carroll Shelby came back to Ford and came back with a big splash here with the GT500. Supercharged 5.4-liter V8 with 500 horsepower from the factory. Before this, 300 horsepower was a lot from a car from the early mid-2000s. So we were finally getting into what we think is the modern muscle car era, where we saw some real performance, some amazing numbers that have continued until now. The current GT500's at 760 horsepower.
I love seeing the 6-speed manual here behind that 5.4-liter V8. This has a Ford Racing Catbat exhaust and cold air intake. Clean vehicle history report. Big alloy wheels, 4-wheel disc brakes. And yeah, Ford welcomed Carroll Shelby back with open arms, and he really injected the idea of personal performance cars back into the Ford Mustang line.
And not only performance, these things are actually very reliable. This one showing 60,000 miles on the odometer, which I was very surprised to see considering its condition. It is very nice. But I had one, a 2007 Coupe, 210,000 miles on it. It had an aftermarket supercharger, was dialed all the way up, used and abused, and still ran great until I sold it. Love that car so much. This one, a convertible in a great color. Someone will love this one too.
Yeah, for $25,000, you're getting a 500 horsepower Shelby convertible GT500. I mean, for the money right now at $26,000, I gotta think this is a strong deal.
Vista Blue is the exterior color, with silver gray stripes down the side. The coiled Cobra on both the grille and the front fenders, with the GT500 lettered underneath in those Shelby style or GT style Mustang stripes.
We got multiple bidders in on this. We got bidders on the floor. We got bidders up in the skybox. There's a lot of people that like this car.
Now on the early Mustangs, this was the gas cap. It rotated and removed. Here it retains the look, but not the function with the GT500 emblem.
There are a few subtle mods. I did see an aftermarket intake to get that engine breathe better. Modern stereo. What a great value. $32,000. You get a 500 horsepower drop top. They didn't make a GT500 convertible in the latest generation. I think this might be, well, there's a few years newer, but this might be one of the newest GT500 convertibles that you can get. So in the 2020s, when they brought it back, they did not do a convertible.
60,000 miles, 2-owner California car, just broken in.
Multiple bidders out there. They're still working them. Everybody's still in for the time being. No one wants to let loose. Well, that puts a wrap on our first 2 hours of coverage today here in Scottsdale. But our engines, well, they're just getting warmed up. 4 more hours of live auction action are headed your way on FYI. We had so much fun here in Arizona last January for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Scottsdale. We decided to come back for a second auction this year, the 2024 Fall Collector Car Auction at Westworld. And what a great collection. More than 800 cars crossing the block. Just a moment ago, we saw a 2007 Ford Shelby GT500 convertible sell for $36,500. Got plenty of Corvettes, all kinds of great stuff crossing the block. And don't forget, we're here with Tyler Hoover, Mike Joy, April Rose. I'm Rick DeBrule, and boy, what a great day we've had so far. And this is just the first of our 3 days of auction. Now, let's get up on the block. We've got a 1976 Corvette L82.
Wow, beautiful, and it's an original dark green metallic, and this one's not perfect. You're going to see a little bit of paint bubbling here. You're going to see a nick here and there. That's because this Corvette has 58,000 actual miles, and it is a survivor. Never restored, never repainted, L82 engine, and a lot of awards.
Yeah, original paint. That's very impressive. And, you know, some people say, oh, it's not perfect, but you don't want it perfect when it's a survivor like this. And it's only $15,000 to take it to a new owner. Remember, in addition to that, you'll also pay a 10% buyer's premium, so that'll knock it up a little bit, but still a pretty good deal. 1970 Chevy El Camino. This one is an SS 396.
The 1970 is the peak year for the Camaro, and this one being the SS, you can see it has the rally stripes, but I don't think this is a factory color. A little bit more of a hugger orange than probably what they would have offered in 1970. Also not factory. The alloy wheels or the billet wheels you can see down the side, but 396 cubic inch V8 under the hood.
Yeah, American Racing torque thrust wheels. This to me looks as if I don't have the numbers on the trim tag, but the dash has the 3 round gauges that an SS would have, and that is possible to change that dash out, but not easy. The engine has a replacement block, we're told, and it is said that this is repainted in factory hugger orange, a carryover color from 1969 when it seemed to be painted on just about every Camaro and Chevelle.
It got me. It looks a little brighter than the factory hugger orange, just in my opinion. But nice paint job, probably a little bit of an older restoration. You're seeing some wear on the chrome and the trim. This one, I wouldn't call it a driver because it is very nice, but it is something that you could really enjoy and not have to worry about blowing up, say, a numbers matching block. But you have a real SS, great year 70 El Camino.
Note how the bed floor is in 2 pieces. That's because this covers what's called the smuggler's notch back there, because the floor pan on this is the same as on the 2-door Chevelle station wagon. So that would be the recesses for the rear seat footwells right there. And that's how they built the El Camino.
$30,000 for a freshly painted 1970 El Camino 396. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, now we've seen the last call for the Hellcat this year, but here's the first year, 2015. It blew everyone's mind when it came out. 707 horsepower. You got that 6.2 Hemi underneath, which is still a lot of power today. Now, I want to show you right up front, there's a little intake air in the headlight right there that just sucks air into the blower because you need air for all that extra power. Of course, you got the little Hellcat on the side. There's no red eye yet. That wasn't out quite yet. Inside, you got the really cool suede bucket seats that keep you in place when you're doing those crazy corners. And of course, the SRT button right here, very special, just unlocks all the potential, changes the suspension, traction, shifts quicker. This is where it's at. Rick, I just can't find the keys. They're not letting me test drive it yet.
And once again, all it takes is a bidder's pass, and you can take that home, April. Up on the block now, the first of the C10s we're going to see. Remember in January, the C10 World 67 to 72 Chevy pickups, it was roaring. This is the first of the bunch.
So when is it okay to paint a Ford color on a Chevrolet? To my eye, when it's Ford Grabber Blue. And that's what we see here on this long bed Chevy pickup. A very recent paint, new wood, new chrome, new bumpers. Nice.
Well, $22,000. It sold pretty quickly for that 1968 C10 custom pickup truck. All right, from one pickup truck to another, but very different, from an American C10 to a 1980 Toyota SR5.
Well, a little bit darker than that Grabber Blue, but still a beautiful repaint on this one. This Toyota pickup truck has been heavily modified. You can see the lift, you can see the off-road tires, you can see the roll bar in the back, but under the hood is very different. You would have had a 22 RE, probably a 4-cylinder Toyota engine. That is very stout and reliable, but pretty underpowered. So this one has been swapped out for a Chevy V6, probably a 4.3 liter and a manual transmission. Just a very clean, nice build.
Not a Marty McFly replica, but it seems to have a lot of the styling touches of those Back to the Future trucks that we often see crossing the block here.
Well, that's because this was the popular collection of options and aftermarket pieces to put on these trucks back in the 1980s. This is the way everybody wanted to drive around. So now that that generation is coming of age and can buy them, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's a Marty McFly truck or not, a Back to the Future truck. This is what they wanted their Toyota pickup trucks to look like back in the 1980s.
Well, you can see it does have a spray-in bed liner, so you could actually use it for a truck, even though the roll bar takes up a lot of the room, but very, very clean.
No, it just sold at $22,000. And don't forget, if you want to check the prices on all the cars that have already sold here at Barrett-Jackson, you can easily do it
by going to Barrett-Jackson.com, and that's where you can see the full list of cars. And if they've already crossed the block, well, guess what? You can see what they sell for. Earlier, we told you about the Lehman family collection of cars. Well, this is the first of those we're going to see, a 1978 El Camino.
So this is the first of the final generation of El Camino. In 82 would get quad headlights through the finish in 87. Still body on frame, and in its last couple of years, these were made in Mexico and no longer shared a platform with the two-door wagon, because there was no more two-door wagon. The El Camino was a vehicle unto itself.
Right, and by the late 70s, you got a 305 cubic inch V8. No more big block 454s or 396s. But they did do a little throwback on this one. Somebody added a cowl induction hood to harken back to the early 70s, the glory days of the El Camino.
A lot of custom work that went into making that thing. That paint job, beautifully done. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $18,000. As I mentioned, that was part of the Lehman family collection. Another one is rolling up behind it. This is a 1972 Corvette T-Top.
Well, all the coupes had T-tops. This with a 350 small block engine, 4-speed manual transmission. They are calling the color Sunflower Yellow. Not said to be the original paint on this car. Saddle interior, correct rally wheels, and BF Goodrich tires. And remember, these Corvettes did not have an opening trunk, so you could stow your luggage behind the seats or on this optional chrome luggage rack that we see here, with the luggage rack bars spread apart in the middle so you could access the gas filler. Of course, you had to take the suitcases off to do so.
I'm digging the Sunflower Yellow. It's the official flower of the state of Kansas, where I'm from, so I have to like it. It is a repaint, but it is showing pretty well. Otherwise, a pretty original vehicle. Shows 85,000 miles on the odometer, and also a 4-speed manual, so you can row your own gears and have some fun. Even though it's not the higher horsepower trim level, you still get the manual, still have some fun.
This is the last year of Corvette to have chrome bumpers front and rear, 1972. What looks like a place where you'd put the trunk key, again, no opening trunk, that is to activate the onboard alarm system.
The way that one goes, I love the yellow as well, Tyler. $24,000 for a 1972 Corvette T-Top, that 350 cubic inch engine. Plenty of horses. We'll see plenty of horsepower crossing the block before this auction is over. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. A little bit on the warm side out there this week. Once again, temperatures hovering around 100 degrees, but I tell you, when the sun drops at night, it's great. And this is another vehicle from the Lehman family collection. And what I love about this collection is that they bought a lot of fun stuff. I love the flames on this 1977 Chevy Silverado.
You keep making excuses for the weather, Rick, but it's rough out there. It looks like most of the cars out here are about to burst into flames if it gets much hotter. But this one has the paint job to show. It's just a wildly customized 1977 square body short bed. You can see a huge suspension lift with the dual shocks that are yellow to match. The frame painted yellow to match. Big off-road tires and wheels. This thing is just absolutely wild.
Yeah, it's got big 20-inch chrome wheels, those Dakota digital gauges inside, and it's still got a CD player.
Hey, I still have my CDs. I like CD players. Come on. What do you mean still? I like that the candy burgundy paint on the Tribal Flames. Wow.
The way that one goes, a gentleman right there, he kind of looks like maybe he's a little surprised that he came away with that one. Congratulations. 1963 Chevy to Nova Custom.
Wow, what a little street sleeper here. In fact, This one will put you to sleep with its 194 cubic inch 6-cylinder engine mated to a 2-speed Power Glide automatic transmission. Chevrolet quickly came up with the Chevy 2 when not everybody wanted a rear-engine air-cooled compact car that they built beginning 1960 called the Corvair. So this was rushed into service and then continually improved upon, Nova being the top of the line.
I suppose it could be made into a sleeper. You could drop some engine to it. When I saw this, I thought, wait, this can't be right. It has the SS trim, but a 6-cylinder engine. And that was actually something that you could do back in the 60s. You could get the SS trim, and the base engine was this exactly. There's probably very few surviving like this because a lot of people would make them into a sleeper, like Mike said.
Nova SS badging. And I love that they resisted the temptation to repower this, and the bidders do too. We're at $37,000 for this sweet little compact.
Yeah, we're closing in on potentially being the #1 sale of the day so far on this first day of the auction, about midway through. The #1 sale earlier was a 1983 Cadillac, and this 63 Nova with a 6-cylinder engine just sold for $39,000. Rolling behind it, a 1976 Chevy K5 Blazer.
Well, the K5 designation, the K indicated it's 4-wheel drive. A 2-wheel drive would be a C. And the 5 is this short wheelbase, short body Blazer, where a K10 would be a full-size Chevy pickup truck. But the Blazer, you know, people moving out of cars and into SUVs, you needed something a little more rugged. You needed 4-wheel drive. Well, this one has buckets in the front, bench in the back, seating for 5, and it's a go-anywhere, do-anything monster.
It's been repainted, but in an appropriate color, Yuba gold and white. You can see a slight suspension lift, and this one, see the K5 Blazer badge. There's also on the back a Cheyenne badge, which means this is a luxury version, sort of a higher trim of the K5 Blazer. You can go inside, you see nice bucket seats. There's the 4-wheel drive shift on the floor, some wood trim or faux wood trim. This was the luxury version.
I'm a big fan of these two-tones, Tyler. I wish it's something that Chevrolet could do on their current line of pickups, but the body lines really don't lend themselves to that like they did this. Here's the roof trim that we were talking about earlier, molded in white or black with a little bit of a pebble grain, so they didn't have to worry about getting a perfect finish for that paint. But you don't see those roofs in body style unless they were changed like the gray one we saw earlier.
Well, they're heavy. They are hard to take off and remove, and then they sit in storage in the garage. So they need to be sort of a tough material that could take some scratches and chips, and it looks good.
Looks good to that gentleman right there, $34,000. Yuba gold, and he loves it. And it just went away to a brand new owner. Coming up in just a few moments, we're going to see a 1941 Ford custom pickup rolling across the block. Underneath that hood, a 302 cubic inch V8 and a 4-speed manual transmission. Back here in Scottsdale, up on the block right now, we've got a 1976. It's a Toyota Land Cruiser. This one is an FJ45. We see a lot of 40s. This one is the 45, a pickup.
Yeah, the Toyota Land Cruiser, with its invincible reputation, was formed in this generation. And you can see that classic look in the front is sort of being reimagined today with modern Toyotas. But this one, by the mid-70s, you did get a nice power plant. They're 4.2-liter inline 6, pretty much invincible. This one, they got modern sort of street all-season tires on it, but otherwise it looks very stock from how you would see it when it was new.
This one was restored in 2021, and we can see evidence of that underneath as well as in the bodywork. Almost looks too nice to haul anything. And just think about how spoiled we are today. If you want to drop the gate on your pickup today, all you do is push a button. The new Chevrolets even have electric pickups to drop. But here you have to undo these, and usually you've got chains running down there to prevent the from going too low here. But, yep, the Armstrong method.
Life was simpler back then, that's all. And more importantly, it was less expensive to repair a lot of these. And that's why when you go just about anywhere in the world for decades and decades, what you saw were Toyota FJ25, Toyota FJ40s, 45s. These things can take a licking and keep on ticking.
I like the headache rack that you see here at the front of the bed behind the rear window, so that whatever is in the bed doesn't join you in the cab if you have to stop short.
And it is a little bit custom on the inside, I would say. The nice leather trim dash, but otherwise very, very stock. Looks like they added air conditioning to the passenger side.
I just got love here in the room, $36,500. Rolling up behind it, it's time for some Hagerty Fast Facts on our next vehicle. In this case, it's the 1987 Jeep Grand Wagoneer, and the Wagoneer was first introduced in 1962. It was the successor to the Willys Jeep station wagon. And this design is really what many people consider the beginning of the sport utility vehicle. There's a lot of debate about that, but there's no shortage of people who would say this is possibly where it all began.
83,000 actual miles on this one. The transmission has been rebuilt. 5.9 liter V8 with all-wheel drive. And boy, a lot of work that has been done to this one to restore it. The quote-unquote wood trim is vinyl, but it just, gives it that great town and country look.
Now, I believe it is the original wood trim. You can see how it is faded a little bit on the back and the sides. This one is a low mileage original in this color, which is kind of unusual. The Wagoneer was so long-lived, started in the early 60s, continued into 1991. One of the last carbureted V8s being sold in the U.S. at the time. It was a total dinosaur, and now it's an icon, certainly an emerging modern classic collectible.
So around 1950, the very first sport utility vehicles were the two-door Willys wagon and the Chevy Suburban. But Rick, I'll grant you that the idea of the luxury SUV started right here.
Well, folks, with, the International Harvesters, there's all kinds of vehicles that people think could potentially be that beginning of the SUV craze, but a lot of folks would argue that's the Jeep that did it right there. 1988 Chevy K5 Blazer Silverado. It's a custom.
Well, Silverado is now Chevrolet's full-size pickup name. But back in this day, in 1988, Silverado was the top-of-the-line trim for the Chevy Blazer and Chevy pickups. This one's been given a lift. It's got some assist bars under the doors, got some fender flares, but pretty sharp.
Really sharp. It has sort of a sinister look to it that I love. The fender flares actually work on this one. Sometimes when you tack it on, it looks a little strange, especially on a square body, but I think they got the right size wheel and tire to make that work. Inside, it looks like they added black leather to continue that sinister look on the inside, but this one is the Silverado package, which now the Silverado is its own model, but back in the 80s, Silverado was a trim package. So you go inside and you would have had a more luxurious interior, but this one, well, it's been modified. That is a modern bucket seat out of something else, modern center console, but the dashboard and gauges all look pretty stock.
Well, guess what? We have a new top seller of the day, and it's not done with the bidding yet. We're right now at $65,000.
Well, I didn't see that coming, did you?
Oh, I can see it. Blazers are really hot right now, and this one is very clean, very well done. It has a look. It just has that look that people are drawn to. And yeah, almost $70,000 at this point. Wow.
Interesting mix of old and new on this, some custom touches. So it's got the original motor underneath. So it's an interesting mix, and guess what? Interesting is money today, because that's $68,000 for that sale. That is pretty spectacular. Now our last one, in fact, let's take a look at our Hagerty top 5 sellers, because now that that's hit $68,000, there's a big gap between the top seller and number 2. The number 2 sale of the day, well, it was that 1983 Cadillac Eldorado that sold for $40,000. Take 36 grand just to break into the top 5. Back here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, the fall edition of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here at Westworld. We'll call this a little more intimate. We've only got about 800 cars, which most auctions, be amazed to see that many, but what a wide collection and variety that we've got. You see them, and the great thing is they're all under the roof, so it's nice and cool and air conditioned. Tell you what, it is El Camino Day. This is the 4th El Camino we've seen cross the block. In this case, it's a 69.
I love these things. I have a 60 from the first generation, restored by Patrick Pogrant and John Bradley here in Phoenix. And I have an 86, which is a future project. But everybody loves these. The 68 to 72 body style. You see right here, this one appears to be an original SS with a 396 and 3-speed automatic transmission. Cool.
Yeah, it appears to have a lot of nice options as well. You can see the vinyl roof, automatic transmission, and air conditioning, which the drivers are very thankful for when the car was optioned in air conditioning here in 2024 in the fall. Very hot Scottsdale, but it looks like a very nice restoration overall. Beautiful interior. See that bench seat actually has a modern radio. It may look period, but when it turns on, it's actually a modern Bluetooth stereo. Resembled to look like a classic head unit.
Under hood, the engine beautifully detailed with the correct as-assembled hose clamps. You see this little piece here? You know what this does? Nothing. Because this tailgate is shared with the 2-door station wagon, which would have a window that went up and down, and you'd be able to open and have a crank for that back window. Not needed on the El Camino.
So you have 2 El Caminos. I have something called a Grand Camino that we recently purchased. Somebody took an 87 El Camino, put a Grand National nose on it, and then sinistered it all out to match. And that's our El Camino at home. It's a very goofy thing, but all the body parts matched up. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, very cool. I've seen them done with Regal, with Cutlass. My favorite is with the Pontiac Grand Prix nose and dash. Much sharper than the Chevy unit.
I've seen his Grand Camino. He is in April's. It is great. I love it. And I'll confess as well, I have an El Camino at home as well, last generation.
So who's left? Who needs to buy one? I guess we're all covered, right?
Well, I would say our producer, our director, our TD, everybody in the truck needs to get one, and there's plenty of them here.
Once again, the 4th one, and it just boils down to what body style do you like. I mean, this, as you've mentioned, is really the most desirable, 68 to 72. But some people love those early ones, the mid-years as well. You know, you work down to that final generation. It just kind of boils down to what you grew up with and what you like. And that one just sold for $40,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. Congratulations. All right, now for something totally different. Yeah, it's going to be similar blue, but a very different history. And I love this thing. It's a 1970 dune buggy, but this one is a real deal Myers-Manx.
Bruce Myers invented the dune buggy. You take the body off a Volkswagen Beetle, you may or may not shorten the wheelbase, but you put a fiberglass body on top, and Bruce Myers did it first and did it best. Around the country, everybody splash molded Myers-Manx bodies to do knockoffs of these by the thousands. But this is the original and the best.
Well, you could say the new one that just came out, the Myers-Manx, could match it or be even cooler. The name was bought out by a venture capitalist firm a few years ago, and they've completely reimagined the Myers-Manx as an electric vehicle with 300 miles of range, street legal, but the price, it's up there, $75,000, I believe, the starting price. But recently, they've been doing a lot of marketing, trying to get people to embrace the new Manx, and I personally love it.
Now, a lot of modifications here, aftermarket carburetor and manifold, headers. Here's a degreed wheel for setting the timing.
You'll notice in the upper left, just above the engine, the Bruce Myers name. This is one of the signature editions, so it's got Bruce Myers' name on the back. And just unfortunate, he was never able to legally control this look and this shape, not able to make the kind of money that his invention, his creation, should have made.
Back then, you could buy a splash-molded fiberglass knockoff body of a Myers-Manx for about $300. And take an old Volkswagen Beetle, throw the body away, keep the floor pan, the suspension, and the steering and the gauges, and have yourself a fun toy.
Yeah, the vast majority of these had the shortened chassis, but there are more than a few of them with the longer chassis where you actually kind of get a full second row bed in the back. But a shortened chassis, it's got fun handling. Boy, he took these racing. His original idea was to use his own chassis, and they built a handful of those. But then he said, no, there's got to be an easier way, and the Volkswagen chassis is what really turned this into a worldwide phenomenon.
The most famous Myers-Manx, the one Steve McQueen drove on the beach in the Thomas Crown affair with Faye Dunaway.
Great scene. I love when they're doing that. $20,000 for that 1970 Myers-Manx dune buggy. I love the variety here today, from that Myers-Manx to a 1941 Ford Custom pickup that we previewed just a little while ago.
Yeah, beautiful custom. You see the custom louvered hood hiding underneath is not a flathead. It is a 302 cubic inch V8. And this one been lowered perfectly, really nice paints. But in 1941, they just had that gorgeous sort of waterfall grille, which just popped a little bit. This would go in and sort of be seamless. But makes for a great platform for a custom, which is what was done here.
This one's been lowered. I like how the hood has been louvered. Get some of that hot air out from underneath. A gray mouse fur interior. Louvered tailgate to match. Very sharp.
Well, louvered tailgate would make sense because a lot of people would put the tailgate down thinking they would go faster. There's a lot of debate on that, whether the tailgate down gets you more MPGs or faster or not. I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but it certainly matches the hood on this. But yeah, just a very well done custom build. Love it.
All right, so here's another way to drop the tailgate. Lift this hook, swing this out, and then re-hook the chain to the tailgate when it comes down so it doesn't drop too far. The chains did not come covered in rubber, but you wanted to do that. Otherwise, the chain driving along would take all the paint off the tailgate and the body.
We got strong money for this one. We're up to $46,000, meaning this right now is going to be the #2 sale of the day, unless it keeps going and gets over that $68,000 number that K5 Blazer got a little bit earlier.
Well, yeah, it does look like it was built some time ago, and, you know, maybe it could be cleaned up a little bit, but the bones here are excellent, for sure.
There goes $50,000 for a 1941 Ford Custom, that 302 cubic inch V8 under the hood, 4-speed manual transmission, the great yellow paint, and away it goes. Coming up in just a bit, well, all those cars before it's all over. We've got 4 full days of the auction on site. We're broadcasting 3 days of it, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All right, we don't see many of these around. This is a 1954 Hillegas Sprint car.
Wow, I love this one. Straight axle, all chromed, transverse leaf spring, all chromed. Armstrong lever-style shock absorbers on both sides. No front brakes. A small block Chevy V8 with Hillborn fuel injection and a Vertex magneto. Yep, that's what they had.
You know, Hiram Hillegas was one of the big builders of sprint cars, literally starting in like 1919, 1920, in that range, building them for a long, long time. Ultimately, he was inducted into the National Sprint Car Hall of Fame for his work in building so many spectacular race cars that raced all over this country.
This one's been upfitted with disc brakes on the rear that I'm not sure it would have worn. Well, it couldn't have worn originally, I don't think. Look at the size of the steering wheel. That's because steering this thing, well, it's the Armstrong method, you know? Hallobrand quick change differential and Hallobrand disc brakes with outboard brake lever. Magnesium wheels, period Firestone tires. And 80% of the handcrafted aluminum body panels are original. This one was built in 1954, so yes, it could have had disc brakes then, which Jaguar pioneered at Le Mans in the late 1940s.
But look at the age of this leather here around the cockpit, and then they do have a little guard here to protect you from the side exhaust so you don't burn yourself getting out. But what an amazing survivor.
$25,000. I'll tell you what, if you've never driven a sprint car, it is an adventure and a lot of fun. I got a chance to do it. What a spectacular day to be able to drive one of those. And that is a piece of history that just sold here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Coming out of the Batcave, it's the Batmobile, Adam West style. All right, it's just a clone. It's a copy of the original Batmobile that we once saw sell here at Barrett-Jackson. But this copy supposedly was made from a mold from the original, and this is going to sell here at Barrett-Jackson this weekend. And as I've pointed out to people, when it drives by, no one knows you're not driving the real thing. And it's very nicely done. Very, very cool. Up on the block right now, we got a 1985 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
Boy, this is beautiful square body short bed right here. You look under the hood, which they have popped up. Modern 5.3 liter truck motor, so an LS-based modern engine that they covered up the intake and the fuel rail with the red to match. You see the sport grille on the front. The bow tie has been deleted, but yeah, back under the hood, just look at that 5.3. Beautiful headers and exhaust as well. Just a super pristine, clean engine bay. Same with the paint. You go down the side here, beautiful red paint. This thing was done up very well, way nicer than the paint jobs were in 1985. Of course, much lower than the trucks were, even though this isn't a four-wheel drive, this was the C, so it would have been shorter, but much lower than 1985. Just very impressive.
Yeah, everything has been upgraded on this from front to back. I mean, it's got a modern radiator. It's got a modern wiring harness. It's got modern brakes. Just about everything that could be redone on this has been redone. All new door panels. It's got sun visors, dash pads. So everything that could make this just a little bit better has been done. And Tyler, you're right about this paint. I mean, I'm watching it go by me right now, and it looks like it's so deep you can almost dive right into it.
Well, these customized square bodies are so popular that there are a lot of kits to do things like to delete the bumper, the interior, all the wiring stuff. Pretty plug and play nowadays. Makes it nice to build your own.
I'll tell you what, I think for $31,000, that's definitely not one of those cars. You couldn't build it for this price. All right, let's check in with Craig Jackson, who's got a special guest and a special car.
We are here with Constance, who is the consignor representative for Scarliner. So this is a very custom car. Tell us about it.
This is a very custom car. So as you mentioned, it is called the Scarliner. It is a 1960 Ford Starliner. From the outside, it really has the appearance that it might be just a regular resto mod, but it's actually packing a lot of custom work done to it. Specifically, it's got a Ford GT power plant underneath
Out
the
of
hood.
an 06.
Out of an 06, yeah. So if you pop that hood, you're gonna see a supercharger under there. On top of that, it's got a custom Art Morrison chassis. It's fitted with an 18-inch Mickey Thompson tire in the rear. As you can see the stance, it's a little bit raked. It's going for that kind of drag racing, hot rod appearance. It does kind of still have that traditional muscle car, hot rod, something of its time. It's not too far away from that 60s look. But like I said, you get all the modern stuff along with it, which is great. I mean, she really is worthy of being talked about, worthy of being bought. I mean, it's an incredible build, and it's not like anything else that you've seen before.
Yeah, that got my attention out in the staging lanes. I mean, it's just beautifully done. Once again, a Starliner with the nickname of Scarliner. Up on the block now, a 1976 GMC. It's a K1500 custom pickup truck.
Well, no bow tie on this one either because it is a GMC, but another square body short bed. The engine choice on this one to swap it to, well, a 396 big block, so kind of a throwback instead of going forward. Now this one, obviously unlike the other square body, it's been lifted. This one is a four-wheel drive with a huge lift on it, enough to where you can sort of see the exhaust, the headers coming out behind that front differential. But this one, another one that is really well done, clean beautiful red paint job.
Yeah, this one's got the Grand Sierra package, you know, with the power steering, the power brakes, the custom cloth interior. And once again, I love the fact that this is kind of a mix of the old and the new. You know, the fact that they've taken a lot of new custom touches they put into this and kind of worked around a classic older truck, that they've kept some of the originality as well.
Yeah, I think this cloth interior inside is also a throwback, say, to what would have had a 396 big block back in the day. That bench seat with sort of the, I don't know, checkered flag finish in the inserts of the seats. But yeah, the Grand Sierra badge is on the dashboard, but very different from what it would have had new. Spray and bed liner in the back as well. But yeah, the rear also painted to match, so the GMC trim on the rear has been deleted. Very cool.
Hammer was up for a long time. Wasn't sure if they were going to sell it, but indeed they did. $25,000 for that 76 GMC K1500 Custom. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, this sweet ride right here started life as a 440 Cornet, but it is evolved, and I'll show you that in a minute. I always loved the taillight design of these, almost a little bit of a cat eye look, and of course the trunk in that sort of crescent shape, just a really cool classic style. Now sink your eyes into that Hawaii candy blue metallic paint. Just love it. And those 20-inch wheels, they're set up with a modified suspension, giving it a pro touring stance. Now take a peek inside. Everything looks pretty stock except those sweet digital gauges. Okay, I've waited long enough. Go up to the front. There you go. Check it out. That 440 has been stroked out to a 451. You got the custom sticker telling you they did the 6-pack, 3 two-barrel carburetors. This is a lot of show and a lot of go, Rick.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Look forward to seeing it up on the block very soon. Meanwhile, another car that April previewed, in this case a 2015 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat.
Yes, a very early Hellcat, over 700 horsepower, thanks to that supercharged Hemi under the hood. April did a great job showing everything. I actually just bought one of these myself at home. One owner, but it had 4 accidents and then was repossessed by the bank. And I don't think he changed the oil in 30,000 miles. So we're in the middle of an engine rebuild on it. Mine's a manual, but the same year as this one.
You know, I've decided you were just a glutton for punishment. You know, you want something spectacular, but you're willing to go, well, I'll work a little bit on it, and you end up working a lot.
Yeah, champagne tastes on beer budget, but then I end up spending the champagne money at the end. You know, it's a way for me to finance it, to pay it through time, to make it a nice car, versus probably the smart way to buy a nice one like this in the first place. This one's an automatic, all in black, and of course, with the Hemi being gone and over with, and the Challenger for now, it's back as a Charger with a turbocharged inline-6 or electric. I'm pretty certain these will be huge collectibles, even though they did make a lot of them.
707 horsepower, and it's hard to believe it's been like a full decade since these things first hit the street, because we were so amazed. And you look at the horsepower war that has happened since then. You know, everything from Chevrolet, Ford, everybody's come out with massive horsepower. And I sometimes wonder if the Hellcat hadn't started it all, if we'd have the kind of horsepower that we see today. $39,000 for a 2015 Dodge Challenger going across the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
Today, we'll have a group tomorrow, and then we have some coming potentially in January as well. So enjoy these, and absolutely don't miss your chance.
I'll tell you about lot number 120 next. Here's a model.
Well, up on the block is the very first of those pace cars coming out of the GM Heritage Collection, a 2004 Chevy Monte Carlo that paced the Brickyard 400.
So let's be clear, Rick. These cars are sold on scrap title, but they're not scrap cars. They've not been wrecked. They're not the pace car edition that would have gone to dealerships. These are the actual cars that pace the race. GM built them for that purpose, saved at least one of each for their factory collection, and now they've served their time in the collection, and they bring them to Barrett-Jackson, and you can pace your own race with one of these.
Yeah, so we probably have the most astounding collection of 90s and 2000s Monte Carlos ever, and then it continues to accelerate into this week of auctions to Camaros, to Corvettes, all incredible. Many of them with extremely, extremely low mileage in mint condition, but yeah, they're not street legal, so it's all show on these.
Now these cars came off the assembly line with the regular vehicle identification number, but they were then modified either by Chevrolet or by the aftermarket for pace car duty. Look at this beautiful roof spoiler with the wheel and caution lights built into it. You never saw that on a factory Monte Carlo. These cars may have had suspension changes. They may have had a performance chip added. This one has a supercharged 3800 engine. But because General Motors did not want to warranty the modifications or for street use or have to stand behind some of the things that their engineering department did not fully vet for street use. That's why these cars are being sold as not registerable.
Yeah, it's important to point out these don't have salvage titles. They have scrap titles. Salvage titles, a lot of times you can, those are cars you can buy at an insurance auction and you can put together for back on the street. There may be some issues with them, but you have to be careful with them. These are sold at what are called scrap titles.
Piece of automobile. Actually, not so rare, just an average piece of automobile. When you come in the morning to see what that stuff's bringing. Don't miss your opportunity. I'm not going to beat this to death, but these opportunities very rarely happen. It's happening now. No reserve, real deal, provenance, unquestionable, coming directly from General Motors. It's history.
So in the hierarchy of pace cars, I would say Indy 500, Daytona 500, Brickyard 400, which this one is, Talladega 500, and on.
1, 2, and 22, and 22.
Looked like it was going to get hammered sold. The last second, somebody jumped in. It's amazing. You get that hand up. Now, this is interesting because this is a 2004 Monte Carlo that paced the 2003 Brickyard. So it was to show what was going to be coming out the next year. The winner of the 2003 Brickyard 400, Kevin Harvick.
Why am I not calling him to bid on this to add it to his collection?
Way it goes, $22,000 for a 2004 Chevy Monte Carlo. Wait a minute. Now that gentleman right there is what's known as a bidder's assistant. They're here at the auction, and their job is to help the auctioneer understand what bids are happening and who's bid and how much they've bid. Because you need to understand, while you're looking at the skybox, and you've got a nice camera that is zoomed in all the way, the auctioneer is a substantial distance away, so it's hard sometimes to figure that out. But they've come to the conclusion, the buyer on the floor, that's the person who was the high bidder. And the next guy, well, guess what? He can bid on this one, a 2004 Chevy Monte Carlo that was the pace car for the 2004 Brickyard.
So, same song, second verse, let's say. I see the same wheels, the same rocker panel extensions. On the last one, this also has a 3800 supercharged V6 and transaxle transmission. This wears the same rear of the roof spoiler with the faired-in caution lights and the trunk lid rear spoiler with the caution lights as well. Now, these are not decals on the car. This is paint, from this gorgeous deep purple to the champagne to the red and orange stripes. That is all paint. Beautiful.
So the Monte Carlo, of course, is front-wheel drive. In the early versions, they did not have all that much power. They would have struggled to be pace cars. With these, it's 240 horsepower at the 3800 supercharged. But it's kind of funny that the NASCARs were also Monte Carlos because obviously they're not front-wheel drive. They were rear-wheel drive in 1987, but then the Monte Carlo name was retired for several years, returned in 1994 in this platform, basically.
I want to give a shout out to Sean Finnegan, who was the longtime manager of GM Heritage and that collection, and who first brought some of these pace cars to auction at Barrett-Jackson some years ago.
$22,000 to that gentleman right there. I think he might have been the underbidder on the last pace car that went across the block. So he managed to finally work his way and come home with a GM pace car. We'll be back. Back here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Scottsdale. The car is down there in the staging lane. Just want to give a quick shout out to our friends, colleagues, and viewers who are all in Florida, having to withstand the hurricane that has blown through this week. And Boy, the South has been through a lot. So we want you to know we're thinking about you. Hang in there, do the best you can, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you and see you down the road at another Barrett-Jackson auction. Up there right now, a 2000 Chevy Monte Carlo.
So a little earlier here, and yet another Brickyard 400 pace car. Everyone that's rolled across the block so far has been a Brickyard pace car. So a little bit different treatment on this Monte Carlo because all of the contrasting graphics are vinyl on this. That's partly because some of them are reflective and some of them are cartoon characters like the Tasmanian Devil here. But otherwise, same story as those that crossed the block earlier. These were the actual pace cars supplied for the race by Chevrolet, just released from the GM Heritage Collection.
Well, this one is a few years older than the ones you saw earlier, so it's not the SS with the supercharger, still the Series 2 3800 front-wheel drive V6. And I've been looking at the odometers as all these have been crossing the block. 800 miles, 900 miles. This one, 1,800 miles on the odometer. So not many miles after they were paced around whatever track they were pace car.
$19,000 for the final sales price on that 2000 Chevy Monte Carlo. All right, we're going to move to 2000 again for a Monte Carlo pace car. This is the one that was pacing the Brickyard 400 in 2001.
Actually, this is the 2002 Brickyard pace car, Rick, if I read the graphics right on the side, but the graphic treatment and the Tasmanian Devil just about the same as what we saw in the car that just crossed the block. And yes, all of these cars, and at least the three to follow, are from the Brickyard 400. Why so many? Well, NASCAR usually requires the manufacturer to supply at least 2 and sometimes 3 pace cars. Occasionally, because these cars sit running, idling all the time, because they could be pressed into service at any moment. And back in the days of carburetors, an engine could vapor lock, there could be fuel delivery or other problems, and a backup car would have to be placed into service. And usually there's a third one that's on display for the public to view out there in the Chevy display.
More than a few times, we've also seen pace cars run out of gas when they spend a little too much time heading the field.
And once at Talladega in the mid-1990s, a fan jumped in one at Talladega and tried to drive off. He didn't get too far.
$19,000 for a 2000 Chevy Monte Carlo pace car. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back to the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction right after this.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Hey there, right now we're in Craig Jackson's Skybox. Of course, Craig is with us, but we have the beautiful one and only Paige Spiranac, influencer, professional golfer, teaching men how to golf the right way all the time. Is this your first time here at Barrett-Jackson?
Yeah, very first time, and this is incredible. I mean, the energy here is absolutely electric.
Oh, of course. Now, you have a special relationship with Craig. I love this. I just heard about it, so this is going to be news to everyone. Craig, tell us about what you have going on.
Well, this came about through our partnership with Endeavor and Paige's agent reaching out about doing something with Barrett-Jackson. My wife Carolyn said, why don't you loan all your cars, use our studio, make it as easy as possible for your 2025 calendar. So we picked 12 cars, gave Paige the choice of what to pick, and I think she did a nice job on picking 12 cars out of my collection.
How do you choose, how do you narrow down these cars from his collection? Because there's so many just out of the world ones.
That would be diversity, a couple of hot rods, a couple of supercars, movie cars, so it was pretty diverse.
Do you have a favorite one in his collection?
It's hard to say. They were all so fantastic, and I think it was the Ford GT, correct?
Which I drove today.
It was awesome, and just all the features. I like cars, but obviously I'm learning more about it, especially throughout this this relationship that we've been building. And that car is so, so cool.
Okay, you have really good taste. Now, obviously, speaking of cars, you're a golf influencer. What would you say is like the ultimate golfer's car? I know Buick forever back in the day, and Lincoln would do these campaigns with professional golfers. But you personally, is there one car that you would pick that's perfect for the golf course?
Anything with a big trunk. You need to get all the clubs in the back.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Maybe an El Camino, right? That sounds fun. All right, let's get you back to the block. Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. With all this gear that they've got to travel with, having a big trunk, it makes a lot of sense. By the way, we just saw the last of the first group of the pace cars go across the block. It was a 2011 Camaro that paced the Daytona 500. It sold for $44,000. Now we got this cool 52 Chevy Custom Hauler.
Well, I'm a big fan of ramp trucks. My first one was a Hodges Wedge, and now I have one with a bed like this because the Wedge could only hold a car. You couldn't take it to the local home improvement supply store because there was no flat place to put anything. I don't see the ramps, but I love this big cab over, and I think somebody just got a great deal on a heavy-duty hauler.
Yeah, especially if you find the right car, vintage car to put up there, maybe a race car. I'd love that look. By the way, that is part of the Lehman family collection. We're going to hit another stretch of the Lehman family cars, like this one right here, rolling up on the block, a 1955 Bel Air Custom two-door post.
Well, this just set the whole automotive world on its ear when it was new. This is the basic body style, the two-door sedan, been adorned with a little bit of extra Bel Air trim and some American Racing torque thrust mags. But that two-tone and that beautiful aqua and white, that is factory for 1955, and it's so cool.
Absolutely, yeah. The wheels give off as a custom, otherwise it would be pretty subtle. But under the hood is different than what you could get from 1955. Slightly upgraded to a 327 cubic inch V8. But overall, a very high quality, older restoration or customization, but something you could definitely show, enjoy, drive, do it all.
Now, this was the first year for the 265 cubic inch V8, and you see the call out under the taillights on both sides. If you opted for Chevy's first overhead valve V8, and boy, it was really a game changer. Note the dashboard here where the Bel Air script is. On the right, that is the radio speaker, and its shape there, outlined in chrome, mimics the speedometer. So there's a good bit of symmetry going right to left there.
And all of that aqua in the interior as well. The Bel Air dashboards are just beautiful. And of course, every year different, 55, 56, 57. All the subtle differences. This one, the hood ornament, pretty special in the 55s. Really love the way they look.
Everything had an aircraft theme from Detroit in the mid-50s.
Well, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $50,000, meaning it is now tied as the #2 overall sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson on this first day of Barrett-Jackson's fall sale. Up on the block right now, a 1990 GMC Jimmy Custom, another truck out of the Lehman family collection.
So GMC is a brand that dates back almost to the formation of the company itself. It kind of fell into disuse, and then it came back in the 1950s when Buick, Olds, and Pontiac dealers wanted trucks to sell, and the Chevy dealers would not let them have Chevy trucks. So the big rumor was that GMC trucks, being professional grade, were built with thicker sheet metal and stronger parts than their Chevy counterparts, a myth perpetrated by GMC salesmen. The truth is, both brand trucks rolled down the same assembly line at the same time, and the only differences now are the trim. Back in the day, they may have had different engines, one brand to the other, but those differences faded away.
Well, we saw a huge price on a K5 Blazer earlier, all blacked out wide body. This one, similar custom treatment to the GMC, still bringing a pretty healthy number, but this one has been lifted. Nice paint job. They took the rear removable top and painted it black, but still has that matte sort of rough finish to it. This one's really well done. It's creeping up to $40,000. Good money for one of these.
And that's where it goes, $37,000. $45,000 for that 1990 custom Jimmy truck rolling away. Don't forget, go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That is where you will find all the list of all the cars that are crossing the block during the course of this fall auction. And the fun thing to do is to go through and even just to imagine, what would you have bought with the cars that have already sold, or maybe what would you want to bid on over the course of the next few days? And even if you're sitting at home, you could still become a bidder and make an arrangement to do it online or over the phone and never have to actually step foot here if suddenly you realized you have to have one of the cars crossing the block over the course of the next 3 days. Right now, we've got a 1972 Chevy K5 Blazer.
Well, this one, early Blazer here. You see the badge for the 454, so may have been upgraded there under the hood. But you can see these early 71s, you had the full removable top. So it is a full convertible on this one in the bright orange paint with the interior to match. Beautiful.
Those aftermarket wheels, white with the red and blue pinstripe, all steel two-piece wheel, got the name wagon wheels, as they were kind of similar to what you found on the Conestoga wagons back, a century or so earlier.
So you see the addition of the roll bar, which is absolutely necessary with these. It's crazy to think they would sell them without. You see the sort of Halloween treatment, I guess, in the interior to match the outside with the rear seat. Subwoofer there mounted right in the middle. Custom flame sort of steering wheel. Cool build.
$45,000 the sale price. All right, let's check in with the Vice President of Consignment for Barrett-Jackson, Mike McCullough.
We have a 2020 Ford Shelby GT500 Code Red, powered by a hand-built twin turbocharged 5.2-liter V8 engine. The Code Red boasts more than 1,000 horsepower and over 780 foot-pounds of torque. For the first time in its history, Shelby turned an experimental car into a limited edition production vehicle. Famous EXP, or experimental cars, have included the Green Hornet, Little Red, and the 2008 Twin Turbo Code Red. This package MSRP is $224,995 on top of the price of the base car.
And that is one of the cars we'll see crossing the block here at Barrett-Jackson on Super Saturday for this fall auction. Up there right now, a 1968 Camaro Custom.
Well, the 67 and 8s were very similar. The 68s had the side marker lights required by law. One thing that wasn't required, but they had, the 67 had vent windows here. The 68s, no vent window, clean look, and what Chevy called Astro ventilation.
Well, $45,000 is what I call the way to buy that car with the Astro ventilation, and it goes to a new owner. And this is the last of our Lehman family collection going through for this portion of the auction. In this case, it's a 1988 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom.
Yeah, this one has been wildly customized. It retains the army green, flat green paint, but a whole lot of gloss black upgrades, including tread plate on the top of the fenders, gloss black hood, frame off restoration, and it's a diesel.
Correct, yeah, diesel and manual transmission, how it would have been new but heavily modified. This is the Defender 90, so it is the shorter one. The Defender 110 is the longer wheelbase, but yeah, sort of a military Tomb Raider. It's a cool kind of custom build. You got the mesh in the back to stop people from breaking in if you're sort of doing an expedition in a rough area.
Or breaking out.
Oh, I suppose that too. You have some wild animal in the back. Yeah, go on a safari, bring home your own tiger.
If I'm going tiger hunting, it's for a Sunbeam Tiger, thank you very much. But yeah, this it definitely has all of the look of a paramilitary vehicle. And very, very well done and freshly done at that.
Yeah, you look inside, it does appear to be mostly stock except for the seats. They've taken sort of a suede overlay on the dash, a modern stereo, but you see that 5-speed manual with the turbo diesel, how it left the factory. Pretty solid, reliable drivetrain, that's for sure.
You know, one of the great things about this Lehman family collection is really the variety. I mean, it's been the full spectrum. We've had wild custom pickup trucks. We've got this thing. We've got just saw the 55 Chevy roll across. So I love the fact that they didn't zero in on just one thing. It was kind of what did they think was fun at that moment in time.
And of course, the Defender came back a few years ago as a completely different vehicle, still off-road focused, but much more of a civilian on-road vehicle. These old Defenders are very rugged, purpose-built machines, and a very long history, going way back to around World War II.
$40,000, that's the price for this 1988 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom. Now, coming up, we're going to see a Factory 5 Cobra replica cross the block. But this one has a really special story. It was actually built by a group of high school students from Waverly High School. So this will be on the block very soon. Back here in Scottsdale, out in the McGuire staging lanes, it is a packed house. Plenty of cars getting ready to cross the block. That's the last chance a lot of bidders have to kind of get up close and personal before they get up to the hectic block where everything moves very, very quickly. Up on the block right now, we have a 1967 Buick. This is a GS400.
One of our neighbors had one of these, and I thought it was the second coolest car on our street. My dad's new GTO, of course, took the top spot. But I love the mist blue, the white interior, full-length console with the tack down at the bottom of it, and the 400 cubic inch engine. As far as Buicks went, boy, this was sharp, and this was the performer.
Well, you just led a slightly different lifestyle than me. I thought my dad's Volkswagen Beetle was pretty cool, but then it's the kind of environment I grew up in. The way that one goes off, and we've got a 1971 Chevelle Malibu SS convertible up there right now.
Well, the 71 and 72 Chevelles look the same except for the grille. When you look at them from the front, the 71 had a single bar grille. The 72 had a two bar. This one has had a lot of dress-up Edelbrock aftermarket air cleaner valve covers. Got a set of headers. Also has air conditioning, which in the early 1970s on GM convertibles, air conditioning was kind of rare.
So if you take a look, it's had the same owner for the last 35 years, comes with all the documentation as well, including a copy of the window sticker. They found the build sheet underneath, along with all the instructions on how to maintain the vehicle, something that people don't really think about nowadays, how to grease the hubs yourself and do that kind of maintenance. Leave that to the service centers now, but yeah, long-term ownership, great quality here.
Beautiful new paint in the original color, cottonwood green. A lot of nice chrome, of course, the SS emblems. And the steering wheel you may have seen before. It made its first appearance on the Vega GT and then became the stock steering wheel for Camaro and for Chevelle. Now, this one feels great. Oftentimes, over time, the rubber on these wheels gets very sticky, and there is no fixing that.
I guess you grip it a little too hard when you're at that stoplight waiting for it to turn green, or
no, just UV rays from the sun, really.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to find a replacement for some of those steering wheels is very, very hard. So, you know, if it hasn't done that, you're in good shape. $41,000, the hammer price, and that really, really nice Chevelle convertible. 1968 Dodge Coronet 440 Custom.
Wow, very sharp piece here, and of course, the big motor and the six-pack. That's the party trick here, because underneath that air cleaner sit 3 two-barrel carburetors, and that's 6 barrels, and thus the name six-pack.
But as April pointed out, they stroked this one out to be a little bit bigger on the displacement with the 440, so you go up to 451 cubic inches, and then they did a very beautiful build as far as the paint, definitely a custom color, custom wheels. Very well done.
Yeah, aluminum radiator, a lot of good performance upgrades, all of the right stainless steel trim, and the badging and the chrome done to a high standard. I'm not sure if that's exactly a production color. The B5 blue, that bright metallic blue, is lighter than this, more like the current Dodge Ram Hydro Blue, but it's very nicely done.
Yeah, they say this is a custom mix with blue Hawaii candy blue metallic paint. So
that's exactly what I was thinking, Rick.
Yeah, let's take a look inside, and yeah, it is a custom color on the outside, but the inside does look fairly stock with the exception of the gauge cluster. They got modern, looks like Dakota gauges in there since all the engine, the powertrain's been upgraded. Probably has modern wiring and ignition and all that stuff for greater reliability. Nice touch.
Yeah, I like the fact that they built it with kind of a pro touring stance. It's got better brakes, better suspension, and it's got great looks. I mean, this is really the full package right here. If you're a Mopar guy from the late 60s, I think you should be very interested in this.
Well, if you compare this to, say, a 68 to 70 Dodge Charger, which are big money, this is a bargain. You get the 440, you get all that experience at, well, a lower price since these aren't quite as desirable.
Yeah, this is kind of Dodge's answer to the Plymouth Roadrunner, but without the badging, which would come along a year later as the Dodge Super Bee.
The way that goes, $37,500 to those folks right there. We've seen them get a few other cars here today. They're on a buying spree here at Barrett-Jackson. So many cars left to come. We can't wait to see some of these cross the block here in Scottsdale. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, check that out on the Meguiar's On Deck Cam. That is a replica, of course, of a 1965 Cobra, a Factory 5 Mark IV, and that'll be up on the block in just a moment. And here's a car that just sold. It was a 2008 Bentley Continental GTC, and that sold for $38,000. Let's listen in on Steve Davis.
The Winner's Circle Projects is an innovative STEM-based educational program designed to inspire fresh, young, innovative minds through the exciting world of car racing. Through their work, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math come alive for their students both on and beyond the racetrack. The mission is for everything good. You can't imagine the work that went into this thing. The kids that put their sweat and tears into this thing should be very proud. Give them a big round of applause, folks. This is our future in car collecting right here. Bid from your hearts on this one. They did a great job. We want to make sure we get all the money we can for them. Trey, tell us a little bit about the mechanical magic this thing makes.
This thing is absolutely
So
incredible.
there are two of these that will be sold in succession. This one is the race car. The second one is the street version. Both were built from Factory 5 kits by students at Owego High School in New York State. Owego, New York, remembered by race fans as the home of the late Shangri-La Motor Speedway, a very popular NASCAR short track.
Well, you can see the stacks coming out of the hood on this one, and then the big aero kit. I look at this, and you know, it kind of reminds me of something like Barris would do, say if he was making a Cobra Munster Mobile or something like that. Obviously, a little more aero probably than this car needs for the track, but it's definitely a look. It makes a statement.
Yeah, it sure does. Look at that big air dam in the front like no Cobra 427 ever wore. But a lot of freelancing. These were the mounts for the bumpers, but they held these brackets for the quick lift jack to lift up and change both front tires at the same time. That you would have found on the original competition Cobras.
You can see they are sort of replicas of the knockoff wheels, even though they are normal 5-lug. Inside, you can see beautiful manual transmission, basic gauges, the singular roll bar, and yeah, that big rear spoiler on the passenger side does have that racing fuel hatch there. So a lot of cool racing touches.
Now again, you have the quick lift jack here and the Monza quick filler cap. You just flip that lever and the cap flies open and add your fuel.
Well, and I guess the wing needed to be tall enough. They made it practical to where you can still open up the trunk. So good engineering there.
Well, and you have to get a little aerodynamics coming off of the windshield as well. Now, when I was a high school student at Canoga Park High School in Los Angeles, I took 2 hours of auto shop every day, industrial auto. We didn't do anything like this.
Time before it goes off the block, we have another one. Follow us, folks. It's well worth the money, and you think about what it means to those kids and the teachers and all the people involved in this incredible project. It's worth some more money. It deserves it.
36.
You know, I took auto shop in high school, and the teacher had his favorite ratchet stolen. So we had 1 week of hands-on work, and he said we would not be working on the cars until this ratchet is returned. For the rest of the semester, book work, because he never got his ratchet back, just on principle. That was my auto shop experience.
Well, there that one goes. $36,000 for that 1965 Factory 5 Mark IV, built by students, and we have another one rolling up behind it. Remember, this is the one we previewed just a little while ago, a 65 Factory 5 Mark IV. This one built by the Waverly High School students.
Absolutely amazing work. You got to give them one more hand. They deserve it. This literally is the future of our hobby and our culture. They did an incredible job. So much to say. The 5-speed, Ford 8.8, center section, limited slip differential, has all the bells and whistles, Coney coilover shocks on all 4 corners, approximately 400 rear wheel horsepower, and only weighs 2,200 pounds. This thing will flat get down the road. Bid from your heart on this one, folks.
Yes, sir.
So another great high school project, just a little bit different interpretation of the 427 Cobra theme. And we'll have a look at the chassis cam, which will show us the 2 big 4-inch tubes that run lengthwise and form the frame of this. And, well, damn, that was fast.
Well, it's a Cobra. What do you expect? It's got a massive engine underneath there.
They were in a hurry to get it sold. So AC, which built the car that became the Cobra, used a lot of English Lucas Electrics. And there's one thing in particular I want to point out, and that is this Lucas license plate lamp, which is shared with every Bug-Eye Sprite, MG Midget, MGA, and Austin Mini that was ever built. Has just a little bit of Cobra in it, I guess.
So this one, we lose the spoiler, but we gain a dual roll bar, so your passenger is protected as well. Still has that side pipe exhaust, and I like how they went in the front, painted that radiator with a red, white, and blue, the American flag. On the back, you can see, never forget.
Well, this one we've seen it go up right now to $37,000. This one, I think, has a little more saleability because it's more of a street. That other one had more of the custom look, the racing style, but $37,000, that's the hammer price. That's what it takes to buy this really cool 1965 Factory 5 Mark IV Cobra replica built by the students of Waverly High School. 1967 Camaro Custom is rolling up onto the block right now.
Well, this one has the look of the Z28, though it was not born as such. What it does have is the Camaro Rally Sport front end, which means you got hideaway headlamps here and the appearance of a full-width grille. These stripes would have been appropriate to Z28, but they were only available in blacks or white. Rally wheels and a good little bit of freelancing here. Stock interior with console-mounted gauges and the D80 spoiler package.
And under the hood, this one has been majorly upgraded to a 454 cubic inch V8. It was a struggle to get a big block in a Camaro for a number of years. In '67, you certainly couldn't get it. By the late '60s, they had some backdoor programs to get a big block, but not the 454.
So it begs the question, could it still be a Z28 if it has a big block engine? And the answer is no. No Z28 ever left the factory, Gen 1 or Gen 2, with a big block. The Gen 1s had 302 cubic inch small blocks. The Gen 2s had 350 cubic inch LT1 small blocks. No big block in a Z28 ever.
The other thing we're missing from this 1967, because of that big block, well, you see inside first, beautiful manual transmission, upgraded gauges, but in their stock locations, but you got a different hood on this one. No ice cube trays, because you got this cowl induction hood, probably to fit the big 454.
So the bidder assistant on the right is talking to those folks who are down on the floor, and you saw they just wanted to go up $500, and then she went back and they said, no, not interested. And so she's still there, because I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people go, no, I'm not interested. And then suddenly they turn around and go, wait a minute, no, I do want that. Well, now it turns out they are the high bidder. Whatever they thought was a bid wasn't, so they're still the top bidder on this at $57,500.
If this was a Z28, we'd be $30,000 to $40,000 higher. But no harm, no foul, taking a plain Jane Camaro and building it up into a replica of one.
Well, congratulations to those folks. Once again, they bumped it up by just $500, and that was all it took to knock the other bidder out of the game. So away that nice Camaro goes, and it'll have a new owner. And right up behind it, we've got a 2008 Shelby GT 500 Super Snake.
Well, the GT 500 came back in 2007. Carroll Shelby returning to Ford. We saw a convertible earlier in stock configuration with 500 horsepower. This one has been given the Super Snake treatment. You can see the upgraded supercharger, 750 horsepower with this one in 2008. Absolute unreal, unheard of power at the time that, well, we're still chasing that kind of numbers today.
A lot of these were bought and put away in private collections because it would thought that this was the zenith of pony cars, that never again could there be anything with more power or more capability, which we found out later to be incorrect. But at the time, boy, this was it. 3,900 actual miles.
Yes, extremely low mileage, like you said, one that was probably put away. They did put on wider rear tires to try and hook up that power. I believe they upgraded the brakes as well. A lot of other touches, but it was a big premium. I think the current KR, if you're taking a GT 500 to KR it, which is what they're doing right now, it was $50,000 to do that. I think it was about the same for a Super Snake back in the day, so very expensive, almost doubling the price when new.
We're going to see a code red Shelby go across the block later this week on Super Saturday. Over 1,000 horsepower. That's an additional $225,000 plus the price of the car. And that one just sold for $63,000, which means it is now solidly the #2 sale of the day. The #1 sale, well, that was a 1988 Chevy K5 Blazer. And #3, Camaro, followed by a custom pickup truck. It's going to take at least 50 grand to break your way into the top 5 sellers of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. I love this car. I absolutely love the shape of the 1969 Pontiac GTO. This one's a Judge Ram Air 3.
Yeah, 68, 69, very similar. Hideaway headlights were standard, but you could delete them, save a little money, save a little front end weight. Same with the Endura plastic bumper. You could get a chrome bumper from a Tempest as a delete option if you wished. I like the hood mounted tack and of course Ram Air.
So probably the most iconic color, or what is the most iconic color, is orange in the Judge GTOs. This one is Carousel Red, and I too actually really like this color on the GTO with the Judge treatment. You see all the graphics down the side. Mike pointed out the hood-mounted tachometer. You definitely want to get a close-up on that because it is a really cool touch of these GTOs.
Now wait a second. Carousel Red is a Pontiac color for 1969. But my understanding is Carousel Red in the Pontiac palette is Hugger Orange in the Chevrolet catalog. So the consignor says Carousel Red. I'm saying I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what that says in the car card. So Tyler's right. That's what they're saying. But I'm with you, Mike. This looks like an actual red. It looks like a kid's Carousel Red. We'll call it that.
Well, I wasn't around back then to know, to read the car cards and all the pamphlets and everything else.
Nailed him hard.
It's okay. It's okay. The build sheets are here and the window sticker. I'm going to pull the window sticker out of the rear window. Well, I can't get there from here.
I probably
can solve this. Okay. Yeah, you're younger and more limber than me. That's it. Okay. What's it say on the window sticker for color? Because without my glasses, I can't read it.
Get the young guy in there.
I sure can't see it. Okay, well, I'm going to read it and then get back to you here in a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to get my glasses because history's mysteries. And even if it does say Carousel Red, that doesn't mean that's what they repainted this. Okay.
Mike's going to die on this hill. I can tell you that
I'm going to die
now.
on this hill. Well, reading glasses on, GTO Hardtop Coupe, Pontiac Master Auto Service, Augusta, Georgia. Color, Warwick Blue is how it was born.
That's how it was born.
So it's been
well,
changed.
that's not Warwick Blue, I got to tell you.
Well, I can tell you it sold for $46,000, no matter what color it is. And on the block now is something completely different. A silver car, $36,000, the current bid on a 2007 Ford Shelby GT500.
Well, we saw what the Super Snake treatment was to one of these, but here's one that is completely bone stock and absolutely pristine. 500 horsepower, manual transmission, silver with the gray stripes. Kind of subtle, but I like it.
Yeah, this is the one I want, Tyler, because this one has less than 800 actual miles.
Wow, that's unreal. Like I said, I have one with 211,000 miles. So, and it was upgraded to a supercharger to probably 650, 700 horsepower, but still running great. So these are very fun cars. I doubt somebody's going to buy this one and drive it to that. This is a collector-grade vehicle to be put away, and, well, certainly a future classic where people are buying and speculating what will be the next car that go way up in value. They did make a lot of these GT500s, but they were pretty iconic.
Well, there that one goes for $55,000 to a new owner, that 2007 Shelby GT500. Pickup truck time, a 1970 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck. We've seen a few C10s roll across the block today.
Boy, this one's beautiful. It's been lowered and it's been treated to some huge hoops. I'm guessing these are 22 inches with the lowered suspension, chrome grille, chrome bumper, 350 cubic inch engine, turbo 350 automatic, and houndstooth upholstery. A very sharp look here.
It says PPG Victory Red paint. Do we all agree that we think that is the color for this one?
Let's go with that.
I think it is.
I think we have a unanimous vote.
Okay, it does look like Victory Red to me, and it does look like it was very nicely painted onto the body. Really well done C10 here.
I mean, short bed pickups are all the rage. This one's had new wood put in it. This, I am guessing this is the fuel cap here. I can't imagine what else it could be back there. But yeah, short bed pickup, nothing sharper.
Yeah, this one's been upgraded with a nicer 350 engine under the hood, modern automatic transmission, air conditioning, so you can certainly cruise in this truck a lot more comfortably than you could when it was new in stock in 1970, and that's the big appeal for these. We'll see nicer and nicer things stepping up as we go through the auction, but this custom itself for a Thursday, it's a really nice truck.
I'll tell you what, just to buy a donor C10 these days is very expensive. So this really needs to be higher.
Yeah, you could not build this truck for the current bid price. The engine's had some upgrades, serpentine belts, really sharp.
Well, that'll do it for our first 4 hours of coverage today in Scottsdale, but make sure you stick around this week. The prices and the quality of vehicles are only going to shoot up from here. Hello and welcome to the world's greatest collector car auctions. It's the Barrett-Jackson 2024 Fall Auction. That's right, the Fall Auction. We were here just in January. Had so much fun, they decided to do a Fall Auction this year, and I have a feeling that this is going to become a staple, a regular on the Barrett-Jackson calendar, because you look at the collection of cars that they've assembled, and it's just spectacular. More than 800 in total, and some very expensive machinery that's going to be crossing the block this week, especially on Super Saturday. Today, well, it's been entry-level day. A lot of fun stuff, but I'll tell you what, prices are very strong. Top seller of the day was a $68,000 K5 Blazer, and up there now a 1970 Pontiac Grand Prix.
This is one of my favorite cars of today in this beautiful blue with the black vinyl top and the blue bucket seats. The Grand Prix was Pontiac's version of the Executive Express. Buckets in the front, bench seat in the back, and the submodels were J, which this one is, and the upgrade version was the SJ, those model names being taken from Duesenberg back in the 20s.
I wondered about that. I thought maybe J. John DeLorean. Figure that'd be a name, but it's after Duesenberg.
Well, then how do you explain SJ?
You're right, I suppose. Okay. Super John DeLorean. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, this one is a very interesting spec. The J, the mid-trim level, but still the 400 cubic inch V8. What makes this one really rare is the 3-speed manual transmission in there, which you can see the cardboard car card sort of in the way. But yeah, sort of like a hot rod, Dillon's Express.
$35,000 to that gentleman right there for that 1970 Pontiac Grand Prix Model J. Underwent a full restoration just a few years ago. 1968 Dodge Dart GTS convertible coming up to the top of the block.
Mannix, the TV show. This car has been chosen as a Reliable Carriers pick of the day. Reliable Carriers is proud to provide complimentary, fully enclosed transport service to get this vehicle to your home in the lower 48 states, that is. After the auction. To coordinate the transport, please visit our display in the auction office, and Reliable Carriers will take care of you. And let's tell them about this beautiful little Dodge Dart coming from our top.
Well, that could save somebody $1,500, $2,000 depending on where they live. The GTS is the top-of-the-line Dodge Dart. They only built 271 of these in 1968, and this is the top-of-the-line 340 cubic inch 4-barrel engine. 3-speed TorqueFlite automatic transmission. Some friends of mine, Al and Henry Post, brothers, their mom had one of these, and it was one of our favorite cruising cars in our high school and college years, because this thing would go.
Yeah, a magnificent spec. I'm still a little scared to name the paint colors right now, but it's apparently it's original red PP1 paint. At least I hope so. I hope so. But also optioned with factory air conditioning back in the day. 340 cubic inch V8, TorqueFlite 3-speed. So for a Dart, this thing is loaded, loaded, loaded.
You were only going to spend a couple $100 extra for the convertible on this, and boy, I think that is a great investment for what you finally got looking down the road. This one, this may be one of the best Darts we've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, this is just gorgeous. It has the optional wheels. I'm looking at the trim tag here for the paint code, and here it is. You are correct, Tyler.
Oh, thank
PP1.
God. Thank God.
It's going to be the start of this new YouTube show, Paint Codes by Hoover.
Now this one's been treated to an interesting option, and I would say rare for a convertible, which is air conditioning added not at the factory, but aftermarket, and you can see the air conditioning vents that hang underneath the dash. You did that a lot on coupes and sedans because not that many cars came from the factory with air back in 1968. Rare to see on a ragtop.
Right, a very unusual spec. At least it does have one control for the blower for both. Some of them, they'd have a separate control for the heat and the air conditioning, separate blowers.
$50,000 for a 1968 Dodge Dart GTS. I think that's going to be a great car to drive around. That's a great cruiser car. Love that. Away it goes off into the sunset, which is starting to happen here in the Phoenix area. Well, maybe we're about an hour off from it. 2008 Bentley Continental GTC convertible up on the block.
Well, in the year 2000, Bentley and Rolls-Royce split up from being English-owned, and Rolls-Royce was bought by BMW. Bentley was bought by Audi Volkswagen, and this was their first car that they developed in-house, and boy, did they do a great job reimagining Bentley. W12 twin-turbo, came out as a coupe at first, and it was the fastest 4-seat car in the world, over 500 horsepower, all-wheel drive. The GTC convertible came a few years later, and that's what we have here. Beautiful machine.
Yeah, this is just achingly gorgeous. Mulliner upgraded wheels. Beautiful burled wood in the interior with acres of black leather. Original MSRP close to $200,000.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These are fantastic bargains. I think this one was showing pretty low mileage as well. Yeah, only 44,000 miles on it, so just broken in. The W12 comes from the VR6 motor, a Volkswagen motor, and they doubled that into the W12. Now, we also have a Bugatti we're selling on Super Saturday, the Chiron. That is a W16 based on the same sort of architecture, but that one, 1,400 horsepower, 4 turbos.
Away it goes to those folks for $48,000. Coming up, we have a 1971 Mercury Cyclone. This is one of only 444 built that year. Got a 351 cubic inch Cleveland engine and automatic transmission. There's always so many great things to see and do when we're here in Arizona, including visiting Gila River Resorts and Casinos, the state's largest casino enterprise. At their flagship property, Wild Horse Pass, there's something for everyone. This 4-diamond resort includes more than 450 rooms and 9 restaurants and bars to choose from. They also offer an array of entertainment options, from gaming to concerts to sporting events. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, you do you. And up on the auction block right now, a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Formula.
So where did the Formula come from? Because the second-gen Firebird began with the base car, the Esprit, and the Trans Am. Trans Am battled the Z28 and the Boss 302. Pontiac invented the Formula to go up against the Chevy, Camaro SS, and the Ford Mustang Mach 1.
Yeah, you could get pretty much everything as far as drivetrain-wise, performance-wise, as a Trans Am, but you had a different hood. You couldn't get the shaker hood. Also, in the fender, you wouldn't get the sort of heat cutout, the little fender accent as well. The fog lights were in a different location, so it was a different, smoother look. I think it looks great.
And you were also saving a little bit of money, which I think was important for those folks. And $23,000, I think this is a great deal for this car. It looks great. 1977 Pontiac Firebird. Rolling up behind it, this is the car we talked about when we went to our commercial break, a 1971 Mercury Cyclone.
I don't know about the Gunside Grill. I'm not sure just what the Ford or Mercury stylists were thinking here. Because this is not the version that they raced in NASCAR. They call this competition gold. Ford also used this color, and it appeared on the Bud Moore Trans Am cars, the Ford factory racing team. It's, well, it's an interesting color.
It's so funny that the gun sight, it sticks out past the front fenders. So if you're trying to judge to park, it makes it a bit challenging, I would think, if you're driving this thing daily back in the 70s. Would have put an odd-shaped dent in whatever you hit, I suppose. Couldn't get away with much. But this one powered by the 351 Cleveland, so decent power plant under there. Yeah, the color is very interesting. Strange machine, these Cyclones, for sure.
Now, they had 2 different two-door hardtop models. This one, which was shared with the Ford Torino, and then there was also one that was more of a fastback version. No chrome trim here. Everything's kind of been blacked out. Go wing on the back, bucket seats.
Yeah, you can see the driver's oriented cluster there. Even though it's in the passenger side, a lot of your gauges are over there. Your tach and thermostat, all that. So going all the way across the dash. And then you can see the speedometer does go up to 140. Not sure if it'll do it. You can try.
Well, for a car, they only made, less than 500 of them, $21,000. Not a bad deal. Those folks right there, congratulations. Now let's check in with April Rose, who's going to talk about the cars they're going to sell for a good cause this week.
Barrett-Jackson always does great things for amazing causes, raising over $155 million over the years for charity. And this auction is no different with 2 charity cars. First on Friday, crossing the block around 5:30 local time, is this stunning 2024 Ford Mustang Dark Horse. It's got 500 horsepower with its Coyote 5-liter V8 and finished in a sweet Blue Ember metallic paint. Now, 100% of the sale of this car will go to Samaritan's Purse, a Christian organization providing spiritual and physical aid to hurting people around the world since 1970. Then on Saturday, around 5:30 as well, the very first fully electric, all-new 2025 Cadillac Escalade IQ VIN number 1 will be crossing the block. 750 horsepower, estimated 460 miles of range, 0 to 60 under 5 seconds. 100% of the hammer price goes directly to the cause. Detroit Children's Fund, a fantastic organization improving schools and teachers so every child in Detroit has the opportunity to have an excellent education. You've got to give it up to Barrett Jackson, always lending a helping hand to great causes.
Millions and millions of dollars raised for great causes here at Barrett Jackson over the years. Right now, a 1965 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
Described as brigade blue and polar white. Yeah, very sharp. 350 GM Ramjet fuel-injected crate motor, automatic transmission, the big rear window. There was the small and the large. This one reduced the blind spot to the right rear. Fresh interior and brand new oak bed.
Yeah, so modern drivetrain under the hood, but overall it retains its mostly stock appearance. Lowers slightly, but I like the sort of correct looking wheels. That side pipe exhaust is pretty fun though. I love the custom cab here with the larger window. And of course the wood bed, just looking beautiful. You come inside, you can take a look at the custom gauges in there to make sure that you don't overheat. It's interesting the cars didn't come with too much gauges other than a few idiot lights back in the day, so that's sort of essential if you're going to use it. And then they added a 10-ball for the shifter, blue to match. Lucky number 10.
Way it goes, $34,000 for a 1965 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck, but with a very modern drivetrain, so it'll be just a little bit nicer driving truck. 1986 GMC, this one's a Sierra Classic 1500.
So we live in a world now where a square body short bed is worthy of a very, very nice restoration like this. We do see it quite often at Barrett Jackson. And with this one, they went with classic period colors, and it looks beautiful. The two-tone brown with tan. It has been dropped a little bit, but under the hood, what would be a stock 5-liter V8. The interior looking pretty stock as well. Just a very nicely restored example.
Yeah, the government had approved the use of these 5 3/4-inch rectangular headlights, and of course everybody wanted quad lights, but GM couldn't quite figure out what to do with them when they were stuck with such a large grille, so they stacked them. The next generation of pickup would have them side by side with a much thinner looking grille. But yeah, this is just the classic GM pickup, and I'm not a big fan of brown and tan, but boy, does this truck wear it well. Very nicely done.
Well, it does certainly look very 80s. It's showing 60,000 miles on the 5-digit odometer. I'm not sure if it's been rolled over. Probably not. They probably started with a nice low mileage sample to begin with and then gave it this beautiful restoration from 1986, the year I was born. So cars that are as old as me are getting restored. What does that mean?
Well, pretty soon you'll get restored, and we'll have an all-new Tyler Hoover out here to join us.
It means in another 30 years, the truck is going to look a lot better than we will.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, that's me.
By the way, Tyler, I know you weren't around to really appreciate it, but this is what everything looked like back in the 80s. This two-tone brown and tan. My wedding looked a lot like this. $30,000 for a 1986 GMC Sierra Classic 1500 pickup truck to those folks up there in the skybox. We're going to take a break here at the Barrett Jackson Fall Auction from Scottsdale, but we promise we are coming back.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Been a great day so far here in Scottsdale. The Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the fall edition. And up on the block right now, we've got a 1980 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am.
Well, and this one's a little different. Yes, it's solar gold with the matching interior, and that was a limited package. Has a 301 turbocharged engine, 3-speed Hydra-Matic, built special order. Only 103 of them were built like this. In this one, the speedometer is in kilometers. This was built for GM of Canada. It shows 10,000 kilometers, which is only 6,300 actual miles.
Yeah, you see the sort of the gold Trans Am package. It all sort of blends in with the gold paint, the snowflake wheels, the interior. But the big party trick of the Turbo Trans Ams come right up here to the hood. You can see the Screaming Chicken. Kind of hard to see on the passenger side, but right here is a gauge pod, and you could light up, basically, on some of them, we have the option, on the Turbo would light up and tell you how much boost you were using in the Turbo Trans Ams. It was an option, I believe. This one may not have it. I don't see the little LEDs in there, but that's where that little bump was special for the Turbo, that Screaming Chicken in gold. It just really sets it off. Beautiful.
This thing is in gorgeous collector condition, as befitting its 6,000 actual miles.
I'll tell you what, it just hammered sold, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $24,000. Once again, only 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers. Wait a minute, was that 24K on a gold car?
Of course.
Up on the block now, a 1971 GMC K2500 Custom. Now, normally we see the half-ton versions. Now we're getting into the big trucks.
Yeah, so the 3/4 ton, and this one is a long bed, but it was given a treatment restoration that you would see with the K10, the short beds. Really well done. Slight lift, off-road tires that are on oversized wheels, and a beautiful red paint job.
Look at that big chrome grill. That is a stock GMC grill, but on lesser models, it was in an off-white painted finish. You paid extra for the chrome and made it look large and in charge. Nice mild custom here.
Yeah, big 20-inch matte black wheels, new tires as well. It's got a mild lift to it, just enough to get it, off the ground a little bit, but nicely done and very subtle, really, in everything they've done to this.
Yeah, it's got a rebuilt 350 on the hood, 4-speed manual, which I personally like. I like throwing my own gears, so this is a fun truck, but man, that is a long bed.
8 feet, to be exact, as opposed to 6.5 in the short bed version, and it's been treated to a bed liner. So, yeah, this one's ready to haul.
Well, the magic package, of course, is the short bed. Those are the ones that really bring the big dollars. People just want that slightly smaller, especially from a collector perspective. You don't need the long bed. Now, when this was a working truck, that's exactly what they wanted. The longer bed so they could haul more.
And we even see some trucks that started life as long beds get converted to short beds. There are kits, there are frames to where you can do that. Get the shorter bed. All the parts are sold reproduction, so you can buy basically a whole new truck from a catalog. Just need a title.
$35,000 for that 1971 GMC. It's a K2500. Congratulations to those folks right there. You can sit there and enjoy some food, some drink. You got a little table. You're very comfortable in your bidding here at Barrett-Jackson. I spy a Scout, a 1962 International Scout. This one is a custom.
And you could pretty well say that the International Scout started the two-door compact SUV craze, if you will, followed by the Ford Bronco and then the Chevy S-Blazer and other imported knockoffs. But yeah, here it is with the removable top and four-wheel drive and a little bit of a lift, kind of a semi-gloss paint job, and a really nice brown leather front seat. Class 3 hitch on the back, so yeah, this one's ready to haul.
So this one's actually a wrap. It has a vinyl wrap. I would imagine probably black underneath to match the roof, but a lot of modifications on the outside, but under the hood, kind of unique. Hasn't been upgraded. Inline 4, 152 cubic engine with a 3-speed manual transmission. So little four banger.
Well, this one's been treated to an aftermarket carburetor and manifold, so maybe a little bit of period speed equipment added thereon.
Yeah, but it's impressive that it still has its 4-cylinder motor under that hood. $37,500. Don't forget, Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go if you want to see the list of all the cars that are going to be crossing the block over the course of the next few days. You can also do research and find out about prices on, the cars that sold in previous auctions as well. Up on the block right now, a 1966 Chevelle 396 convertible.
Well, this is I'd call this a great 20-footer, but as you get closer, you begin to see some bubbles in the paint, rust bubble here, a grill that doesn't fit, a little bit of excess polishing on the bumper, and things like these faux scoops in the hood that should be body color but aren't. That said, all of those things are pretty easily corrected, so you might get a bargain here and then be able to turn this thing into a real stunner.
Right, the bones are great because you do get an SS 396 with the Muncie 4-speed, and the color, still nervous, a Regal Red. Does that look like Regal Red, please?
It looks red to me.
Or the flip side is you could just buy it and drive it. I mean, because that's the thing. Once you get the nice paint on it, you're a little reluctant to drive it around too much. But with the paint you've got on here now, it's comfortable. You don't have to worry about whether you get a minor nick in. It's not a bad-looking paint job in terms of being 10, 20 feet away. I think a lot of people would enjoy just buying and driving this.
Know where the ignition key is. It's in the dashboard up near the top. Pretty easy for you to insert that right-handed because this is just 2 years before the steering column interlock for the ignition key became federally mandated. So, yeah, that's the way they were.
And in 1966, you have different taillights from the others. In 67, they did full wraparound. That was probably a correction, so you could see the taillights from all angles. The 66, yeah, bit of a challenge there.
Yeah, you're just a couple years away from 1968 when the side markers became mandatory in the United States.
Not sure of this car's heritage, but that 396 is badged as 375 horsepower, so that would be the big motor.
Well, there you go, $45,000 for a 1966 Chevelle SS 396 with 375 horsepower and a nice 4-speed manual transmission. We are going to take a break here in Scottsdale. Oh, with those 100-degree temperatures outside, I wish I had a place to go ski right now. Back here in Scottsdale, doesn't matter what you like, there's one of them here at the Westworld facility where our auction this fall is going on. There's convertibles, there's pickup trucks, there's golf carts, you name it, there's here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale for the fall auction. Up on the block right now, we got something very modern, well, sort of modern, 19 years old, a 2005 Bentley Continental GT.
Well, we saw a convertible earlier. Here is an earlier coupe 2005 GT, same W12. Like I said, when these came out, it was the fastest 4-seat car in the world. You could kiss almost 200 miles per hour in this thing, thanks to that W12 under the hood. Twin turbos, I think about 550 horsepower.
Neptune Blue is the color. Big 19-inch wheels, Sahara tan and blue leather interior. Yeah, 552 horsepower. I love the burled wood. I don't know what it is. That's all right, I got it. But get a look at that wood and how that complements the tan of the interior and the blue dash. That's just gorgeous.
You think it's bird's eye maple? Maybe I'm better at spotting wood than I am paint colors.
It could well be.
Yeah, but
whatever it is, it's gorgeous.
The old school knobs in there that harken back to the older Bentleys. That's to actually open and close the vents. Those little chrome pulls that you take in and out. You can see the spoiler has deployed currently. It does have a built-in little spoiler that deploys at speed, or you can push a button to pop it up just to wave at the people behind you. This one has been upgraded a little bit, I can see. Looks like a modern infotainment system and climate control, but otherwise very stock, showing 81,000 miles on this one.
I like that Apple CarPlay has been added to this. As far as I'm concerned, all new cars should have Apple CarPlay and the Android equivalent. I looked at a brand new electric car from one of America's big three manufacturers that was just introduced. I said, boy, this is really cool. The model name starts with E. No Apple CarPlay, no Android, not even available, so never mind.
It's because they want to move you to their proprietary platform. So.
I don't want to move. I like my Apple CarPlay. Come on.
$35,000, the price for that 2005 Bentley Continental GT. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and perhaps snag a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April Rose is going to preview one of the cars on which you get to predict the price.
Oh, Rick, I'm in love right now. 1971 Challenger Hellcat, beautifully done. Full rotisserie restoration. It's got the custom Hemi orange paint, of course, the shaker hood, non-functional, but it makes room for the heart, the power, that supercharger right there. Oh, it is beautiful. 6.2 supercharged Hemi, giving you 700 horsepower. Now, inside looks pretty stock, but it has all the right upgrades, okay? Bluetooth, vintage air, digital rally gauges, and it rides on 17-inch factory-style wheels that really keep that stock appearance. This is just one sweet ride. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble, but I like it better than the new ones, the new electric ones we've seen. Like, this is old school good looks with just the right modern touches, Rick.
All right, thanks a lot, April. Now, that Challenger will cross the block this Saturday. So, register to play right now. Terms and conditions apply. Now, you have to be 18 to play. And all you have to do is visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. And who knows, you could walk away with the grand prize, a 2024 Dodge Hornet. And this auction, well, this is the last one of the year, so we're going to crown the champion at the end of this Barrett-Jackson fall auction. Up on the block now, a 1970 GMC 1500 custom pickup truck.
Well, this one has a step-side bed. I think it's the first one of these we have seen today. There once was a time when all pickup trucks had step-side beds, and then styling got involved, and we have the fleet-side kind of bed that we see on most pickup trucks today. There just aren't many that are done like this. It's got a nice chop to the top, and now it's got a new owner.
It's that fast. And the sales price on this GMC $1,500, only $16,000. Would you think about it? Not much money for all the work that went into that. All right, car rolling up behind it is one of my favorite here. I think this is one of my favorite cars on this entry-level day. A 19... Wait a minute, we got something a little confusing on the room. They're showing him there's a C10 custom step-side rolling up, but up on the block we have a 1967 Mustang Custom, and this is one of the cars I really like.
I don't care what color red it is. I like it. It's a very nice kind of a candy apple, a dark red, as opposed to the bright, let's say, poppy red, or what were we talking about, carousel red earlier. Ford calls it ruby red. It has a white top and a black interior. floor shifter because every Mustang ever had a floor shifter, whether you got a console or not. And there's that add-on air conditioning under the dash, again, not often seen on convertibles. But the metallic paint on this is gleaming and pretty perfect. American Racing torque thrust wheels, very sharp cruiser.
Yeah, the ruby red is gorgeous. I'm glad you said it first. And yeah, 289 under the hood, so a correct engine. Beautiful black leather interior with an automatic transmission. The air conditioning add-on is very nice, especially for a day like this. I think a car that has air conditioning today probably brings a bit of a premium. It's a thought in people's heads that they're out there in the staging lanes looking in. So yeah, this one I get why Rick loves this one so much. Great value, $25,000.
Well, this was a big body change between the 66 and the 67. It was a much beefier, bulkier look, and I love the little strakes down the side. I think that's just a little subtle touch that I like compared to the 1968, which has essentially the same body.
Now, earlier we talked about this on a later Mustang, which held the receptacle for the trunk key, but back at this time, this was and is the gas cap. It is tethered by a piece of metal cable because in 1965, the first Mustangs, you just took it off, and a lot of people mistakenly left them on the gas pumps, and they were expensive to replace. So.
Yeah, here's a nice close-up of that interior. You see the air conditioning right by the automatic transmission shifter. Modern stereo in it. Otherwise, the gauge is all looking very stock. A nice padded dash. Good sized back seat as well, so you can load up 4 or 3 friends and you as the driver. So much fun to be had with this Mustang.
I'll tell you what, we got 3 bidders involved in this one. We've got a internet bidder on the lower right. You see the gentleman with his hand in the air. That means that he had the top bid. Looks like that's what it just got hammered sold for, $30,000 to the internet bidder, and away this really nice 67 Mustang convertible is going to go. A C10 custom step-side pickup rolling up on the block from 1970.
All right, and this one is called Animal. This is a good bit of whimsy. This is kind of a rat rod with patina that has been glossed over. And here's a clue right here in the grill. Who was Animal? Anybody? Animal was the drummer in the band on the Muppets. Now, either Mick Fleetwood was the prototype for Animal or vice versa. I'm not really sure, but that's the theme of this pickup truck.
And it has a modern 5.3 liter under the hood with a lot of upgrades. The only way you can tell with the hood closed, you can see the radiator up front. Might be an intercooler that's been seriously upgraded. But otherwise, yeah, very much a patina finish with that fuel cell in the back. And there's Animal, actually. He is drumming away here in the bed. Come up and take a look. Got the matte battery mounted in the back, the fuel cell, and Animal. He's sitting on a brake disc, strumming away.
I guess you'd call this a work in progress. That's about as kind as I can be here. It's an interesting build to be sure.
Well, it's kind of a rat rod faux finish kind of thing. You know, they've gone for that rat rod look, but they put that clear coat over the rusty finish.
Yeah, there is a big turbo. I just saw it in the photos on the right side of the engine bay of the 5.3. So yeah, there is a purpose for that big intercooler in the front. Interesting, kind of giving a little bit of a wide body treatment as well. Very interesting. Yeah, someone could take this to the finish line, I think.
I got a feeling they said, okay, this is all the fun we can afford to have. Let's send it to Barrett-Jackson, and here we are.
Well, I'll tell you what, somebody just bought all that fun for $10,500. Congratulations to everybody involved in that one.
If you think that's weird and wonderful, Rick, what's next?
I wonder if these consigners have anything to do with one another. My gut says that's the case. A 1962 Rambler Classic Custom. Now, normally when we think custom, we think where they've really gone off and made it special looking. But yeah, this one's made, well, different.
Oh, it's special, all right. You know, this is a pretty modern engine. It's an LS swap. It's a 5.3. This looks like it was rescued from, say, a wrecked Silverado and backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission and 411 gears. Wow, hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, pretty wild. They have the headers sort of heat wrapped to go all the way around up the top side and then out the back, which is very interesting. But yeah, otherwise what looks like a stock sort of junkyard LS. Other than that, well, Diablo, that devil mounted on the hood. But yeah, very much patina on this one. It may have been white when it was new, but then somebody brushed on sort of a brown finish. And you look in the back, once again, we do have another fuel cell in the back poking out. And actually, this is the whole carpet inside is the same thing that I put in my 4-year-old's bedroom, a little road going around everywhere.
My son had that when he was about 4, you know, to play with his Hot Wheels with. Well, everything old is new again. This has an interesting aroma inside. I won't attempt to describe it because state laws vary.
Well, either way, it's going to go to a new owner. The final price on that car, $10,500.
Well, as you can probably tell, the Barrett-Jackson team is an incredibly tight-knit group. And unfortunately, we've lost a beloved member of that family. Steve Feinberg, our longtime technical director, passed away in August after a tough fight with cancer. A gentle soul who always had a smile on his face, Steve was a mainstay of the Barrett-Jackson broadcast. Until his retirement last year, Steve had worked on every live Barrett-Jackson show since they began in 1997. That is 27 straight years of excellence. Truly incredible. Steve was our dear friend, and he will be sorely missed. We send all of our love to Steve's wife, Gwen, and their entire family. It won't be the same without you, Steve, but your positive impact on our Barrett-Jackson family will be felt for many years to come.
Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Yeah, same place that we have the January auction. Not quite as many cars, more than 800. But I'll tell you what, the quality of the cars at this auction, very, very nice. Like this 2000 Chevy Silverado. It's a 1500 custom pickup truck.
So this has an interesting story. The vehicle history report said it was involved in an accident in July of 2000. So instead of just fixing it back up to stock, boy, they did this with a Ride-Tech airbag suspension, ProCharger supercharger, billet specialty wheels, and wow, that paint job.
Well, as you said, it's been hot this week. Maybe that's what caused all the flames. Away it goes. Well, as many of you know, we've been missing a very important member of our broadcast team for the last year. So it's time to get an update about Steve Magnante from Steve Magnante. So here's Mike Joy.
I'm at Eastern States Exposition in West Springfield, Massachusetts, a huge fair, and today it's Collector Car Live, and I'm judging cars along with our buddy Steve Magnante. And Steve, all of our viewers would love to have an update on how you're doing.
Well, it's been a lot of positive thoughts from people all over the country, really, and encephalitis is something, when you recover, it does not have a finish line. So you do things like this to keep your brain moving. I walk about 2 to 4 miles every morning to keep my body functioning, and with that said, every day is a good day, and there's no finish line with the encephalitis, it's true, but with that said, every day is a good day, you just keep plugging.
But you're shooting videos, you're judging collector cars, and all that great storehouse of knowledge that we rely on appears to be intact.
It's true, it really is. You know, when we do videos at High Octane Classics, once a week I go in to do 4 or 5 videos on cars. Kind of, it's scrimmage, if you will. It's a good way to keep in front of a camera and functioning with the brain. So it's a good thing, one step at a time.
Well, you know, we'd all love to have you back with us at Barrett-Jackson.
I hope so. In January at the big show in Scottsdale, I hope to be there one day at a time. Could be.
Well, we hope so too. And I want to thank Wayne Carini and Mike Brewer, who are also judging cars with us there in West Springfield, Mass. And for Rick, Steve sent along a very special item, and you can see it here. It is autographed from Steve, but inside the box is this. Rick is a proud owner of an Isetta. This is 1/43rd scale from Steve to you.
I thought that was full scale, actually.
It's pretty darn close, isn't it?
I will tell you that Steve loves to go through flea markets, automotive flea markets. I have one of the finest collections of Isetta models, all thanks to Steve. So, Steve, looking forward to seeing you back. We've been getting plenty of updates about you, and boy, you're really an important part of our team. We can't wait to see you back here.
Steve used to work for a company in Eastford, Connecticut called Munchkin Motors, and they sold little model cars like this.
And thanks so much for bringing that back. We appreciate it. Thanks for helping him out as well. Up on the block now, a 1978 GMC Jimmy.
Yeah, this one is really sharp. You can see it has a repaint of the brown and white two-tone. They even sourced the correct interior in the restoration whenever you get inside the plaid interior. Now, with me, I'm up here on the block just sort of keeping Steve's chair warm, or I guess we don't have chairs. So his moccasins, fur-lined moccasins, I'm keeping those warm, even though I'm not wearing them. But I'll happily go back outside with April when he returns. And I really hope that happens. But yeah, for now, the air-conditioned block does seem wonderful right now. And this Jimmy, very cool example, four-wheel drive, slight lift, but yeah, sort of a driver quality finish on this one.
You're just keeping the microphone warm. That's all that really matters.
Come take a look inside, because it is very, very much of the period. These seats. Your dad or grandpa probably has a shirt in his closet that looks like that. It's very cool.
It's got those original plaid seats in there. It's just a nice look from 1978. And we talked about it earlier, you know, that brown, the orange and brown, we call them the earth tones back then. That's what everything looked like.
You know, a final note on that event we did in Massachusetts, Collector Car Live at the Big E, Eastern States Exposition. J.J. Giuliano put that together, put the four of us together. Great cars, and it's an annual event as part of the Big E.
Well, we're glad they invited Steve to be a part of that. $21,000, the sale price on that GMC Jimmy, but now for something even bigger, a 1972 Chevy C30 custom motorhome.
Oh my goodness, where do I start? Well, that was a stock color. I think Ford called it Ivy Gold. I forget the Chevrolet name since we're all caught up in colors today. But it's got a 383, which is a 350 stroker V8 up under the hood, and it is a full-on. This is not a slide-in camper top. This is a full-on conversion.
Yeah, why don't we go inside for a home tour, huh?
Must we?
Yeah, come on in. We have a beautiful full kitchen right here, a little stovetop, and an oven, a sink. I guess you could sleep four in here probably. This folds out, and then bunk beds. I think I'm going to have me a little nap. Oh, you can plan all your trip out here too, all over the country. This thing is an absolute time capsule. It is unbelievable.
I got a big rear awning and a fold-down rear deck with a picnic table for tailgating. Of course, custom air ride suspension, aluminum cylinder heads, and thanks to our cameraman, Victor, you're a good sport for going along with that one. My gosh, I know toting that thing can't be easy. What does that camera weigh?
It's all 5 pounds.
What?
Very light.
Yeah, it's about 25 pounds, I would guess, but hey, well done. Well, folks, there's the tour. That camper could be yours.
Tell you what, vintage campers, in terms of, teardrop trailers and those old trailers, those have become hot commodities. So it wouldn't surprise me that this could be equally as popular because it's got that same 1972 vibe. Why not? It looks just like one of those, and it takes you wherever you want to go.
All you got to do, Rick, is raise your hand. Your Isetta would fit comfortably inside.
Away it goes to a brand new owner who hopefully will be touring the country. And coming up in just a little bit, how about a Mustang convertible from 1973, 302 V8. They say this thing has been kept in the garage. It's in just great condition, and we'll see it up on the block very soon. Well, out on the McGuire staging lanes, the cars are still queuing up to come into the building. And meanwhile, the sun is beginning to go down off in the distance. So the temperatures are going to cool down just a little bit more here in Phoenix. As I mentioned, it's been a little bit on the warm side this week. Temperatures in the 100+ degrees. But of course, the beauty of our auction is we're inside and all the air conditioning as the trucks roll across the auction lot, and the cars as well. But like this 1984 Chevy C10, which is up on the block right now.
So it started life as a C10. I had to do a double take for a second to look at the fender badge because C10 should mean that it's a two-wheel drive. K would mean four-wheel drive, so that means at some point this one was modified into a four-wheel drive and done pretty well. Threw me for a second.
$18,000 the price for that 1984 C10 custom into a four-wheel drive. Another pickup truck rolling up behind it, a 1979 C10. This one's a Super Cheyenne.
So here's what I meant. C10 is supposed to be two-wheel drive. It's supposed to be lower, although this one has been lowered a little bit. And it's still in the square body, short bed family, but quite a bit older. This one given a really cool repaint in yellow two-tone on white. I really like the wheels because they sort of look like the factory steel wheels, but of course, way oversized. Drivetrain-wise, stock 5-liter under the hood. Very stock looking on the outside. A little cool touch on the interior, which we'll get to in a bit.
Big bumper guards in the front, as if this one was set for work in, say, New York City or some other urban environment. And yeah, the bright yellow, again, I love these two-tones. I just think they're just so cool. And big wheels, diamond stitched interior, gorgeous truck.
Yeah, it sold before I could show it to you, but yeah, pretty custom diamond stitch interior.
$20,000 for that diamond stitch interior on that Chevy C10 pickup truck. He'll sign the paperwork, he'll pay a 10% buyer's premium, and he gets to take that away. All right, one of the stars of this auction, not that guy, that car. It's a 2015 LaFerrari, and it's going to be sold here on Saturday. An amazing hybrid supercar. Don't take my word for it. Let's check in with the guy who's selling it.
Hey, the Red Rocker Sammy Hagar here. I got good news for you. That LaFerrari, the most beautiful LaFerrari on the planet, okay? Back on the blocks, October 12th, the day before my birthday. I'm flying in from Cabo. I'll see you in Scottsdale. And guess what? It's got a brand new high voltage battery from the factory. Better than original. 55! Woo! I can't wait!
I think that was supposed to be preceded by I can't drive 55, because trust me, this car is not doing that, neither is Sammy Hagar. And once again, this is the car that will sell on Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson. So you're going to want to be present. In fact, all those cars, that Ford GT, the Bugatti Chiron, all those Ferraris lined up, they're all going to sell here on Saturday. Meanwhile, up at the block right now, we got a 1957 Chevy Custom Wagon.
Well, this one wears a whole lot of Bel Air trim. I don't believe there was a two-door Bel Air wagon, so this would have been born as a 150 or a 210. The Bel Air top-of-the-line wagon would have been a four-door with 3 rows of seats. That's okay. No harm, no foul. This one's been upgraded with a small block 350 cubic inch engine and a 4-speed transmission. Vintage air, 17s in the front, 20s in the back.
Yeah, so all the modern upgrades under the hood, all the conveniences you want, all the Bel Air gingerbread in a bright, beautiful color, two-tone with that white roof. What's not to like about this one?
Yeah, it's got the right paint colors. It's got the right look. Like you said, I mean, this, it doesn't matter that it's not a real deal Bel Air. People like this look and like this style. It is a real deal 57, and that's what matters.
I had a look under hood, and one upgrade I really like is a modern dual diagonal braking system with a power brake booster. That's a great safety enhancement, I think.
Well, there it goes, $30,000, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $30K. Congratulations to the buyer and the seller on that one. All right, Chevrolet will stay in the General Motors family and move over to Pontiac, and a little more than a decade later to 1968 and a Grand Prix.
Yeah, this is the two-door Grand Prix, and I kind of think Pontiac had lost their way with the styling here, because this appears to be nothing more than a two-door hardtop with kind of the floating vinyl roof with a strip of body color between the windows and the roof. It didn't even get the Endura body color grille. It had the chrome grille, and there just wasn't anything special about the Grand Prix in this year, I didn't think.
Well, you got to think how busy GM was with so many different models and the year-to-year changes. I'm sure some fell through the cracks, but this is still a pretty cool vehicle, 400 cubic inch V8 under the hood, and yeah, a little different looking, but looks to be a well-kept, nice example. Just sold.
Just sold for $20,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. And as they push it away, we are going to push away for just a moment. We will come back, though, to here in Scottsdale with more cars crossing the block. Perfect father and son outing here at Barrett-Jackson, and this 1961 Beetle Custom just sold here at Barrett-Jackson. And there's plenty more to come. There they go. They put the sold sticker on, and that's the great thing about this auction. You see all the sold stickers when you're walking around. Up on the block now, we got a 1980 Camaro Z28.
With T-tops, as many of these were, this one is said to be an 86,000-mile original car in red. All the proper Z28 vinyl stripes are present. It's been treated to an aluminum radiator, aluminum valve covers on the stock 350. And wheels are in nice shape, appropriate tires. Everything appears as it should be. It's just not rolling right out of the showroom. It's 40 years later.
86,000 miles, yeah, very low considering the year. Of course, the miles per year looks to be very well kept as well. This is the second to last year of this body of Camaro before the dramatic redesign that came out in 1982. That aluminum radiator, that's a pretty important upgrade, especially here in Arizona for better cooling. Add some beefy cooling fans as well, and you don't have to worry about overheating. So I definitely get why they would change that. Otherwise, very stock, very nice example.
Next to last year for the Gen 2 Camaro that came out in 1970. Later dash and later vinyl covered console. Note that the emblem on the back, now this is plastic with clear plastic, and they had to have about 9 different ones, one for every combination of stripe colors for this car.
$16,500, that's the final price for that. We're going to check in with April Rose.
Rick, I'm with a truck that's going across tomorrow, 1969 Bronco, but it doesn't look anything like it was born. Completely redone. I love the fiberglass cowl hood to make room for the air cleaner under there. You got a winch up front, off-road lights, but I got to show you this. Okay, you got to get in it tight because right there says shower. Yes, there is a shower hookup on this truck, and it gives you warm water. So if you or the truck's getting dirty off-road, you take a nice warm bath. That is a great upgrade. Now, this one has a built small block 302 with EFI, 5-speed manual, completely upgraded off-road suspension, 9-inch rear end. Inside, you see all Rhino line. Got 8-ball on the shifter, custom gauges, full roll bar. You know, Rick, I'm thinking I'll take the Bronco. You could take the Polaris. Mike, you got the Kawasaki over there. We'll see who gets across the Arizona desert first.
I could be wrong, but my gut says we're going to be chasing you the entire way. All right, thanks a lot, April. Appreciate it. Up on the block now, how about a 1970 Cadillac DeVille, but this is a convertible. It just sold that fast at $10,500 per pound. That's a screaming deal. Pulling up behind it, another convertible. No, this one's it's a convertible. It's a 2006 Mercedes-Benz SL 500 Roadster.
4th year for this styling cycle, which began in 2003. Now, this one has the AMG Sport Appearance Package, which includes this front valance, which has had a little bit of repair, and the 5-spoke lightweight split-spoke AMG wheels and a rear valance as well. Shiftable 7-speed automatic with this 5-liter engine, only 50,000 miles.
Yeah, the R230 chassis, which is what this is, had a host of huge upgrades from the previous one. The biggest one was you didn't have to take off the hardtop or put it back on during wintertime because it is a full hardtop convertible for all-season driving. So it is a very complicated, crazy mechanism that looks like a transformer. You can see, yeah, Mike's opening up the trunk to where it's all folded away. There's a special latch lever to pull to make sure you don't have anything in the trunk that you would smash down if you put the top down. But amazing German engineering right there.
But I love that even when the top is stowed, there is still a lot of trunk space there. You don't lose your trunk space when the top folds down.
To be honest with you, it's fun watching the top fold out. It's like automotive Cirque du Soleil, all the pieces that have to come and move into place. So I absolutely love watching that. The modern hardtops are so great. Well, congratulations to that gentleman right there. Thumbs up as the car pulls away. And we got yet another new owner here at Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, we've got a 2008 Mercedes-Benz CL63 AMG getting ready to pull up. And don't forget, go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see the full list of cars that will be crossing the block over the course of the next 3 days. Remember, they're actually holding the auction Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Our air schedule is just Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Well, now this is something really special. This is not an AMG appearance package. This is a full-on AMG Mercedes. The V8, hand-signed by the technician who assembled it, produces 516 horsepower. This is the high-speed Executive Express for 2008.
Yeah, we're 2 years into an incredible engine right here. The naturally aspirated 6.2 liter, even though it's a 6.3 badge, they were hearkening back to the old era of the 6.3 V8 with the badge. So rounded up, I guess, just a little bit. One difference that I'm seeing with this versus stock, the wheels are obvious, but the front fenders, they look like they're Lawrencer fenders. From the factory, they wouldn't have these cutouts above and below the 6.3 badge. 90,000 miles on this one. These motors are pretty stout, can handle a lot more.
You are correct. This one has had the Lawrencer upgrade. Sharp.
Well, $140,000 new. It just sold for $20,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. 1973 Ford Mustang convertible.
Well, get it while it's last. The full-size Mustang, which would be reborn as the compact Mustang II, as all the manufacturers transitioned to more fuel-efficient cars. This one comes with its original owner's manual, nowhere near as thick as the ones you see today, and without all the silly warning labels telling you, what to do and what not to do. So that goes along with the car.
Looks to me like a pretty impressive Survivor. The copper paint made the original. 302 cubic inch V8 under the hood. And this one is, I believe, a manual transmission, 3-speed manual, yeah.
They're calling it copper. Somewhere in the deep recesses of my mind, I seem to recall the term ember glow for this color. Or not. Your mileage may be different.
Well, this is a 73, probably the least loved of the entire line of Mustangs, but it's a convertible. It's a Mustang. It's got a manual transmission. I mean, there's a lot to like here. And for $11,500, I got to say that guy up there just got himself quite a deal here at Barrett-Jackson. It's that time of the day. There are some deals to be had. We'll come back to Scottsdale in just a moment.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Each day before the car sale here at Barrett-Jackson, they sell what they call the automobilia. Like this, it's a vintage flying high coin-operated kiddie ride. This one's restored. As you can see, it's in working condition. It sold this morning for $6,000. How about a tough-to-find Sinclair Oil? This is a three-dimensional dinosaur-shaped station sign. This one sold this morning for $7,000. And everybody loves their gas pumps like this one. It's a late 1950s. It's an Esso. It's an oil wane model. They call it a number 505. It's a restored service station gas pump. That one in the middle right there, that sold this morning for $15,000. And that was just the morning stuff. They have 3 more days of those things that are going to be selling. All kinds of great stuff. Some of the older gas pumps, like this one right here, where you actually could watch the gas flow down in that window right there. These kiddie rides, you've got Coca-Cola machines, anything that you might find at a gas station or something even slightly related to the automobile, it can be found at an automobilia auction before the cars come to Barrett-Jackson on each day. Up on the block right now, a 2001 Land Rover Discovery Series 2.
Well, they're nicknamed the Disco 2 because it's the second generation Discovery Disco for short. And it's been a long, long time since I've seen one this clean. And it is well equipped. The SE package, so the nice leather interior. You can see it has the extra window up top, sort of the safari window above the rear. And these were some pretty good, serious off-roaders, but also great for street use. Hauling a family, you could get these with a third row seat, which I don't believe this one has, but man, is it clean.
And you could roll to the disco listening to your 6-disc CD changer in this one.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tyler Hoover said it was pretty clean, and for $9,500, yeah, you also get a great CD player and a 2001 Land Rover Discovery Series 2. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our Meguiar's On Deck cam. In this case, it's a 2012 Mercedes-Benz SL500 Roadster. They'll polish that thing up, and in just a moment, we will see it up on the auction block. Where, right now, we have a 1987 Chevy Silverado 1500.
Yeah, this one, four-wheel drive, and it's been given a rather sizable lift, making it look quite large and in charge. 5-liter V8 automatic transmission with overdrive. Yes, no more 350. We're down to a 5-liter here. This one is air conditioned, and I believe this one's rolled over on the odometer. 5-digit odo, so 100,000 or more, but gosh, it doesn't look it. It's been very nicely kept or nicely restored.
So I need to see one difference from stock on this one. Let's come up to the front hub, and it has a manually locking hub that was added aftermarket. And I know this isn't factory because when I had an 87 K5 Blazer that I bought in Colorado, went to go off-road, went to put it in 4-wheel drive, and it didn't go. I got stuck. And it was because the automatic hubs were so unreliable, it's hard to get them in and out. So this is a very popular conversion to do here. Even though there is the inconvenience of having to get out and lock in your hubs, you know they will always work the 4-wheel drive. So nice touch there.
Yeah, always nice to have a simple upgrade that makes driving that truck just a little bit easier. $18,000. That's the sticker price for this 87 Silverado. All right, a moment ago we saw it in the Meguiar's On Deck cam. Now it's up on the block, a 2012 Mercedes-Benz SL 550.
Well, the first iteration of this from 2003 on had the Siamese round headlights. This is the facelift version to accommodate the projector beam headlights, and I don't think they pulled it off very successfully. This is a little ungainly looking, but this thing left the dealership with an MSRP of $113,000.
Yeah, very impressive MSRP for an SL550. This is not an AMG. It is another car that has the factory sport package. So the wheels, the body kits, but it is not an AMG engine. You saw the interior in great shape. The odometer showing 113,000 miles. So it has turned over, but very easy for these Mercedes to do. And this one, for 113,000 miles, it looks to be in great shape.
We had one of these new, and they are great boulevard cruisers. They put on highway miles effortlessly, but I never felt like I was driving a high-performance car. It just didn't have that acceleration snap that you'd expect for 115,000.
It was just too smooth.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had to do a double take to make sure that it is indeed, because it is so well kept. You notice it has the air scarf option as well, which would add to that MSRP. You look inside, the headrest has a built-in fan going to it to where you can have the top down all season. So there is a little vent right here in the headrest to keep you warm.
$45,000, that's the price for a 2012 Mercedes-Benz SL 550 Roadster that'll do 0 to 60 in just 4.1 seconds. We will be back for our last half hour here on FYI. Back here in Barrett-Jackson, up on the block right now, a 1926 Ford Model T pickup. And this one is amazing because it's been in the same family since 1936.
Yeah, a few upgrades here, like modern parking lights and turn signals. There is still a hand crank there to start this one, and a Royce Moto meter up on top of the radiator cap. That's because this would have no water temp gauge, so you have one right there and you can read it from either side so the driver can see and make sure he's not overheating. Wow, very, very original condition, except for the 6-volt electrics and the electric starter added.
Right, I feel like this truck has never been restored. Yeah, it's been repainted, it's been fixed as needed, but over the last 80 years of the same family ownership, they just did what was needed to keep it going. And yeah, you didn't have turn signals, so why not add turn signals? Whoa, what's that relic you found there?
Well, this is the spare tire, and it comes attached to the rim. And you see there are 4 bolt holes, so you bolt the tire and the rim to the wheel center, and yes, those are wood spokes. Wow.
Away it goes. A Model T just sold here at Barrett-Jackson. Imagine that, in the same family since 1936. All right, up on the block now, a 1972 VW Super Beetle that is not an original, but made to look like Herbie the Love Bug.
Okay, so about the number 53. Herbie the Love Bug was a movie made by Disney. Disney was located in Los Angeles. The professional baseball team in Los Angeles were the Dodgers. Their star left-handed pitcher was Sandy Koufax. Their star right-handed starting pitcher was, ta-da, Don Drysdale, who wore number?
Wow, that is quite a path to get to the number 53.
But that is the truth. So help me, Mickey Mouse.
By the way, all the way through that, I knew the answers, but I think Tyler didn't, for what it's worth.
He held me in suspense for a very long time to get to the answer, that's for sure.
Well, you know what's interesting is even though the VW was prominently used in that movie, Volkswagen wanted nothing to do with it. It was not product placement. They weren't even allowed to use the Volkswagen emblem on the car. Volkswagen was like, no, we don't want to be a part of that. And now look how iconic it's become.
Well, and I believe Herbie was a 1963 regular Beetle. This is a Super Beetle, so it's kind of a bigger, blobbier Herbie's. Yes, the Super Beetle was a few inches wider and longer than the normal Beetle, but the biggest upgrade was the suspension. The torsion bar in Herbie and the normal Beetles, and these had McPherson struts. So they're trying to make them more luxurious, more comfy, tighter turning radius, just to appeal to a larger market. Say the Fiat 500 and the Fiat 600. Here's the Beetle and the Super Beetle.
Well, they did a nice job here with the rally stripes and with the trailer painted to match, which goes with the car.
$9,000 for that Herbie wannabe. All right, one of the cars we are truly looking forward to watching on Saturday is a Bugatti. And right now, Craig Jackson wants to give you a quick preview.
This 2018 Bugatti Chiron is being offered on behalf of the undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, boxer Saul Canelo Alvarez. With just one meticulous owner, this Chiron has been carefully garaged for most of its life, and it boasts an incredible low mileage of just 1,610 miles. Power comes from the awesome 8-liter quad-turbo W16 engine, producing an astonishing 1,479 horsepower, reaching a top speed at 261 miles an hour. Exclusivity is a hallmark of the Chiron, with only 500 units made worldwide. Check out this beautiful car. part of our supercar collection, here's an opportunity.
And that opportunity will happen here at Barrett-Jackson on Saturday, Super Saturday here in Scottsdale. Right now we got a 2003 Ford Mustang Mach 1. It's currently bid at $20,000. And just that fast, that's what it sells for. The modern version of the Mach 1, the 40th anniversary edition, 305 horsepower under the hood. And off it goes to a new owner. All right, from a Mustang to a Camaro. In this case, it's a 1998 Camaro Z28 Custom.
Well, the idea of the 180 or 200 horsepower Camaros was long gone by the time this one came to market. 46,000 original miles, and this one has been upgraded to 565 horsepower at the rear wheels. It's a 5.7-liter V8 with a ProCharger, 6-speed manual transmission, upgraded clutch, custom wheels, original paint, removable T-tops, and as we said, 46,000 actual miles.
Yeah, it is very, very clean, the Z28, with the nice upgrades. Yeah, 565 rear wheel horsepower, dyno verified, yeah, interior 6-speed manual transmission. These Z28 Camaros of the 4th generation, they just have such a great look, and all black. Looks fantastic.
Here's that dyno sheet, 565 horsepower, about 495 foot-pounds of torque. Wow.
Well, that's thanks to that LS under the hood. Before, you had the LT1, which was a little bit long in the tooth with this model. That LS was a welcome introduction in '98.
$19,000, a lot of custom work, 565 horsepower, and those two gentlemen are going to take it home and see what it can do. That's one of the cars we'll see coming up on Super Saturday, but we'll take a break and come back to Thursday in a moment. All right, let's talk about our top sellers of the day. In the number 3 position, it was a 1967 Camaro Custom, big 454 cubic inch engine. It sold for $57,500. The number 2 seller, well, that was a 2008
2005 Maserati Quattroporte, powered by 894 horsepower V8.
All right, top sellers on the day. In the number 3 position, it was a 1967 Camaro Custom. Under the hood, 454 cubic inch V8 rotisserie restoration. It sold for $57,500. The number 2 sale of the day, 2008 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake. Underneath that hood, there is 750 horsepower. All made it up to a 6-speed transmission, $63,000. And the number 1 sale of the day, not surprisingly, it's a Blazer, an 88 Chevy K5 Silverado Custom. All done up beautifully just a year ago in 2023, and is sold for $68,000. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Now, we mentioned this is the fall auction because this year we have 2 auctions here in Scottsdale. We were here in January, sold more than 1,900 cars. It was a great auction. Now we're back for an October auction. Of course, we're going to come back again in January for the big auction. Up on the block right now, a 2005 Maserati Quattroporte.
Boy, beautiful car. Love the Crema interior with the burgundy piping to match the exterior color. Gorgeous car.
$11,000 the sales price, and right behind it, one of my favorites, a 1970 BMW 2002.
Well, this is the body style that saved BMW and kept them in business. The new class car, which began as a 1600 and then got upgraded to 2-liter, as we see here. My son has one of these, bought it at Barrett-Jackson. Man, it is a hot rod with its metric Motors 2-liter engine and 5-speed transmission. This one's maybe just a little down on the scale from that one, but boy, in Trans Am racing under 2 liters, these were cars to beat.
Yeah, this is sort of an older repaint on it, so, you know, a bit of a driver. And yeah, not the 2002 Ti or the TII. Is that what Scott has, is a TII?
It's a TI upgraded with dual Webers. It's a beast.
Right, so this one is more of a fun driver, something you certainly could upgrade and have a lot of fun with. Still a great platform. One thing you definitely want to watch for is rust, and I would say this one looks pretty nice in the body department, so worth buying just for that.
Interior in black in quite nice shape. Aftermarket Recaro seats. So very nice side bolsters on those for spirited cornering. Yeah, without too much of an investment in cosmetics, you could have a great handling machine for cars and coffee.
According to the consignor, this only has 32,000 miles on the odometer. They say that's the actual mileage on this. I'm kind of curious how it lived this long and driven so little.
That's pretty wild to see. Think, you know, the seats have been replaced, so you can't really tell from the seats if it's a low mileage. I guess the back bench does look original and in great shape. Yeah, the engine bay looks pretty tidy and original. Yeah, I would say so.
2-barrel carburetor and evidence of maintenance, if not restoration.
Of course, you got to love the hood that flips forward, so, you know, unique and different for us American car owners.
You know, BMW and Alfa Romeo did that, and it was said to be a safety item instead of having the hood flip up with rear hinges and block the windshield, let's say.
Well, it did make it a little more difficult to work on the car. If you were a mechanic working on them, you were complaining.
Well, yes and no. It depends on what area of the engine you were working on. But yeah, to your point, like a 60s Mustang, it's so easy to pop that hood up. Somebody going down the highway, it flips up, smashes the windshield, damages the roof. You're not doing that with this 2002.
So in the Trans Am under 2-liter series, it was BMW against Alfa and Mini and smaller sedans. And then the all-conquering Datsun 510 came along in '71.
All right, away it goes, and we are going to check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, here's another car that's going across tomorrow, 1967 Austin Healey 3000 Mark III. And it is just stunning, the immaculate chrome and stainless throughout. And I want you to see the wheels on the side. 72 spokes on here with the knockoffs. And I love the color. It's called Opaline green, just a beautiful finish. This is a show car. It's had a 100-point inspection. It is absolutely stunning. Now take a peek inside. Beautiful glove soft leather with that green piping. You got a clock right on the dash there with burled wood, even a compass in the center console. I mean, everything is immaculate and done just beautifully, better than new. And guess what? She is a cover model. Tons of documentation. You got the original toolkit. And of course, the mallet for the knockoff wheels with the copper metal on there. That's just a little softer to protect them, to make sure they don't get all scratched up. This is what you like to see. Something like this back in the day, $100,000 easy. Let's see what it goes for tomorrow, Rick.
Yeah, we were regularly seeing really nicely done Austin Healeys here at Barrett-Jackson for a long time. Of late, not so many.
I love those chrome wire wheels. Now, who's going to clean them? Nothing.
Yes, keep them tuned. That's a complicated creature there. $6,000 the current bid on a 1995 Corvette.
1995, you got the LT1 V8. This one has an automatic transmission. What's probably holding the price down is the mileage. This one has about 80 or 90,000 miles on it. A little bit of wear and tear commensurate to that. But still a lot of fun to be had with this one.
Automatic transmission car. I really like what they've done with the wheels here. These are not the Cuisinart wheels it was born with. These are Corvette ZR1 front wheels. On both the front and the back, they are chromed, and boy, I think they really help the look of the car. And being a little lighter weight and a little wider, they're going to help the performance too.
Well, things are getting a little wild in the interior. You see the door sills are wrapped in an interesting pattern. They also did that under the hood with the LT1. Yeah, in the shifter as well. And then you look in the back. Whoa, that is a major upgrade for the stereo. Big subwoofer and amplifier.
Well, that one just sold for $8,000. A 1995 Corvette across the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Rolling up behind it, Stay in the GM family. This is a 1994 Camaro Z28.
Well, remember that the Gen 2 and Gen 3 Camaros never had a factory convertible. They had an aftermarket conversion. So here we are at Gen 4 in 1994, and this one original in stock with its 5.7-liter V8 and 4-speed automatic transmission and a full convertible power top.
So the Camaro and the Corvette we saw earlier sharing the same power plant, the LT1 V8. This one an automatic as well. Lower miles on this one, looks like 40,000 miles, so half the mileage of the Corvettes. But with the Camaros, you gained the big back seat. This one's a drop top. The 4th generation Camaro, I think, is a very attractive model, albeit definitely underappreciated. The aerodynamics were a big focus on these, to where the V6 can get over 30 miles per gallon on the highway. Obviously, that wasn't the goal, fuel economy, but the slipper the car is through the air, better performance in all areas.
So if there's a downside to this body style, it's that the #1 spark plug is right about in line with the center line of the front wheels. That means the back spark plugs are not under the hood. They're way back here underneath the cowl. So plan on a lot of labor time to change those.
Now, another big gotcha is the OptiSpark on the LT1. They mounted it just below the water pump. So when the water pump starts to leak, it takes out the ignition. A little water pump leak, and you are losing your ignition. You're on the side of the road, something they fixed with the LS.
$7,000 for that Z28 from 1994. All right. Let's check in on our top sellers for the day. The #3 seller, well, it turns out it was a 1967 Camaro Custom. 454 cubic inches, big block, and it sold for $57,500. #2 on the day, a 2008 Shelby GT500 Super Snake. Under the hood, an engine that pumped out 750 horsepower. 6-speed manual transmission. It sold for $63,000. And the #1 sale of the day turned out to be a Blazer from 1988, a K5. This was a Silverado edition, but really completely custom. Everything had gone through on this. Had a 350 engine, but massive 35-inch tires. And this hammered sold at $68,000 here on the first day of our fall auction at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. Meanwhile, up on the block right now, we have a 2007 Mercedes-Benz S550.
Well, the 550 means it has the 5-liter V8 with 300 horsepower. This one has been upgraded with huge 22-inch wheels and rubber band tires. That's not what Mercedes intended, but very sharp, white over gray. Not a lot of miles on this one. Here we are at 22,000 bid.
Yeah, this is the first year of this body style of S-Class. And every time a new S-Class comes out, there's huge improvements, sort of trend-setting, world-setting technology and luxury. With this one, there's some gimmicks. A fun one is the massage function. 4 settings. There's fast and vigorous, slow and gentle, and a few different other combinations in the seats thanks to a bunch of air bladders. So tons of luxury packed into these things, and they depreciate hard. The current bid, $22,000. Well, I'm sure this was over $100,000 new.
There's a jog dial in the center of the console, very similar to what BMW called iDrive, where you could do various functions by memorizing, turn this way, press down, that kind of thing. The press never got the hang of it, so they downplayed it. But owning one, it helped you do a lot of things without taking your eyes off the road.
If you lived with it, you figured it out. The problem was the press didn't have enough time to live with it. All right, rolling up behind it from Mercedes, we're going to get to a BMW, in this case from 2014, a 750.
Well, there you are. Speaking of iDrive, here we are with the BMW. This one, by 2014, it had been pretty heavily refined. Before this, in the 90s and 2000s, the 750 meant it was the V12, but they switched things up in the 2000s, and the 750 was a V8. That confused a lot of people, but it still had way more performance than the V12 back in the 90s. This one, the M Sport package as well. You can see those M wheels. Good-looking rig.
It is. This was about the era when the BMW twin kidney grills were starting to get overfed and never spent any time in the gym. They just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This is about as big as I'd want to stand. But with the M Sport package and these factory lightweight forged alloy wheels and 445 horsepower backed up by an 8-speed transmission, yeah, this was an executive express.
And I was talking about depreciation with the S-Class. Well, look at this BMW, only $7,500 the current bid, and it has 50,000 original miles on it. Thank goodness for the first owner that takes that depreciation hit for us. That's how I like to buy things. You know, even though there's a few more repairs as they get older, I feel like you still win versus buying new.
Yeah, I agree. You're at about a nickel a mile right now. There's those big twin kidney grills. And BMW among the first to have LED lights surrounding those projector headlamps to give the car its own lighting signature, which even the least expensive Hyundai has now.
Yeah, it's interesting, all the other automakers that are nipping at the heels of BMW and Mercedes. Of course, you know, Lexus Infiniti came first. And now, yeah, Hyundai has spun off Genesis into its own brand. And the G90 can be a $100,000 car that rivals an S-Class or a BMW, which have gotten crazy prices as well. Hey, look inside, you can see there's that iDrive knob in the middle, the infotainment system. BMW started really getting into tech in the 2000s. Before, you know, they were sort of the ultimate driver's machines, not too focused on the latest gizmos and tech, but just a really driver's-oriented gentleman's express. But by the 2000s, they were going for all the glitz and glamour with software they could do, and it was in this 750.
Well, there it is, $13,000 for that BMW 750 Li.
Did you hear that cheer from the crowd? We have come to the last car of the day. I think that cheer was all of the bidder assistants and auctioneer staff.
Well, it's been a fun day, though. I mean, we had a lot of great cars across the block, interesting things to see, and as you mentioned, Mike, this is the very last one, a 1992 Corvette convertible that is crossing the block.
Yeah, this one only 43,000 miles on the odometer. Red with white interior and the white drop top. Really pretty combination. Automatic transmission, which will hold it back a little bit, but overall, a great car to end on.
Yeah, this one with the stock wheels, I call them Cuisinart wheels. That's what they look like to me. I've also heard them referred to as saw blades.
Well, we have an incredible selection of C4s coming through thanks to that Ressler collection, including a lot of ZR1s with no mileage. So we'll probably be trend-setting here with the C4, the fourth generation Corvette that's sort of been overlooked as a collector. We'll see if that changes.
Well, it's been a great start to the Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024 fall auction. And I tell you what, it's going to get even better tomorrow when the prices and, of course, the quality of the vehicles, the cars skyrocket. It all starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on FYI for 7 straight hours. Now, if you're a gearhead, you do not want to be anywhere else. So for Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along with us. We'll see you here tomorrow.